Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, and welcome back to the Rye House Kart Raceway. We are about to get the first event of the year underway. It is the Winter Cup for the Rye House Pro Karting Series. Of course, the grid for this first race of two-hour endurance races was set by our one lap qualifying session earlier on. Oh dear, we've just had a spin out of hairpin number 2. I've just spotted. That being kart number... which kart number was that? It was the 21 of Project Doorfitters going for a little spin there. Hopefully it shouldn't take them too long to get back into their correct grid order. I do believe we're going for 2 rolling up laps here before we go to the race start. I can see a red flag on the gantry. Now, I've not been told of the specific shenanigans to get this one sorted out, so we'll wait and see what ends up happening. They're all getting stopped on the start-finish straight at the moment, and indeed the session has gone to red flag on my end. Right, there was a bit of a bit of scuffling on my end, difficulties with the live stream, and I think we've about managed to get it into the right place, ready for 2 hours ahead of us. Of course, hello to everyone that's watching trackside, braving the conditions here in Hoddesdon today. It's not been the loveliest day. What do we expect when we go racing in February in the United Kingdom? Some drivers really looking forward to the slippery, slidey action out there on circuit. Some of them just thinking, let's get to the end of the first lap and see where we are. So some very confident drivers, some maybe slightly more apprehensive drivers, understandably so, though, as we look to kick this one off. Thankfully for them, at least, this is just a one-off event. So points for this one, not going towards the full championship season. We'll kick that one off next month with round number 1. So make sure you join us here again. I will say, out of my commentary box window, that rain is picking up. This must be the heaviest we've seen it over the last hour or two. So just as we look to kick the first Pro Kart race off of the season, the heavens open here once again at the Rye House Kart Raceway. It is, shall we say, rather soggy out of my window at the moment. And these are the days where I think... I always miss racing, but these are the days where I go, it's actually quite nice up here in the commentary box. I think I'll stay here. Thank you very much. Not to rub it in at all, though, of course. Never. I would never do such a thing. Drivers all stop then on the front straight, and let's give you a rundown then. It's given me at least a moment to breathe, get myself ready for this one. I've upgraded all my kit for this year, but it doesn't mean I've got a lot more things to think about. So thankfully, it's given me a couple of seconds to breathe. Right then, your grid for this race. Purple Racing 5. What a lap from Purple Racing 5 in qualifying earlier on this morning. Like I mentioned, 1 lap qualifying. It was exit the pits and you start your hot lap immediately. There was no out lap. It was start the hot lap immediately under the gantry, 1 hot lap, and then come back into the pits. Every team got 1 opportunity. It was all fair. The conditions were totally the same across that entire qualifying session. Purple Racing 5 went nearly 6/10 clear over the rest of the field. Project D line up alongside them on the front row with Alessia Prime and Camtech alongside each other on row number 2. Row 3 has GKD Racing, your defending champions there in 5th place. I chatted with them before the race start. They said they love starting in 5th place. Will that be a good omen for them going into this first race of the year? Going bananas alongside them on the 3rd row, that is your pole sitter in the pro class. They're then followed by Alessia and MPS Performance on row 4. Row 5 sees 36 Motorsport and Project Doorfitters. That's your pole sitter in the Clubman class there in 10th place as well. Bad Racing and DR Autos alongside each other on row number 6 with 207 Orange Tree Racing, Monkey and Slippery Bananas rounding out the 15 kart strong grid here for the first Pro Kart race of the season here at Rye House. Well, drivers continuing on then. We have got them underway once more. Don't worry, the race hasn't started just yet. They're heading round in 2x2 formation. Not sure what the red flag stoppage was for exactly, but either way, we've got everyone into 2x2 formation now, and looks as though we're just about ready to get this first race of the season underway then, ladies and gentlemen. Like I say, if you're watching on the other side of the circuit, if you're watching at home on the YouTube live stream, on the Rye House YouTube channel, I hope you thoroughly enjoy the next couple of hours of racing. Drivers look into the lights, they go green, and we're racing here at Rye House once again for 2026, and our Pro Kart drivers fly down towards Stadium Bend for the first time. Who will be leading on the exit? It's still Purple Racing 5 who hold on. Plumes of spray kicked up off of those wet tyres as we head down into the first hairpin. A look at the inside line there for Team 86, that being Project D. They're still side by side on the exit, but I think it's moved on for Alessia Prime. It is into second place. Up and under goes 86 though. Good move. Closes it off at the apex. Just about does. What a lovely opportunistic overtake there from Project D to retake the second position that they started this race in. Purple Racing 5 leading us through to the end of lap number 1 then. All scuffles in the background, and already Hayden Rounce is diving to the pit lane. One driver diving to pit lane, and that will be going bananas. The number 11, I believe that is, who's gone straight to pit lane on lap number 1, and another driver has followed them in as well. Now, who is that that's also come in? I will double check that once my timing allows. Yes, the one on that computer isn't working. That's very positive. Right, we'll see when it updates on the multiple screens I've got down here. Some differing lines there through hairpin number 2. Purple Racing 5 loving that outside line, getting the cut back really well. Project D keeping it much more tighter over the inside curb. We're side by side down into pylon, and that is 4th position lost there for Camtech. So Camtech down into P5 then. Not sure why everything on my end still isn't working. Good to see. Not without issues already to kick this one off then as we go on to lap number 3. All right, there we go then. So who was it that came in? I do believe it was both Going Bananas and Monkey Monkey potentially who came in there after the first lap. Like I say, I'll try and give you concrete information on that when I know a little bit more. There I can see the number 11 is back out. So yeah, it was definitely Going Bananas, and I do think it was the sister team of Monkey Monkey. I can see Hayden down in pit lane. I chatted to him before the start. Did he once mention he was planning to do 1 lap? No, he did not. Well, he is already out of the kart then, and I guess stint done. So to run you through the rules a little bit for both this race and the next race coming later this afternoon. Remember, 2 2-hour races this afternoon. All teams must do 2 pit stops during the race. Now, that doesn't necessarily have to be fuel. That doesn't necessarily have to be a driver change. That is all up to the team's strategy that they want to do during this race. They simply must come in to the pit lane twice at some point over the next 2 hours. And I am going to try and do my best to keep up to date with who is pitted and who hasn't, but that's going to be easier said than done. Right, I didn't think about the numbers either. Right, Going Bananas and Monkey Monkey have each done 1. 1 for Going Bananas and 1 for Monkey Monkey. Right, there we go. 1 added. Few laps in. We've kicked off the season here for the Rye House Pro Karting Series. I'm just going to quickly ditch one of the many microphones I currently have in my hands. I'll be back in a second. On Going Bananas. But a good couple of seconds now separating our top 2. Apologies to anyone on the live stream. If you do have stuff dropping, I'm getting drop frames like crazy this end. So trying to make sure it doesn't drop out entirely. But apologies if any audio gets mixed up or stream drops out at all. I'll do my best to keep an eye on that throughout this one. That was a big bit of puddle there taken from Team Alessia. That was team number 40 still in the lead of the pro class at the moment. Are Alessia, but having a bit of an early bath there down into the final corner. Clearly, the inside of the apex curb of the second to last corner is still, well, obviously still rather sodden. It's still actively raining out there. But yeah, hit that one hard and got a bit of spray in the visor there, I think, for that driver. Hasn't put them off, though. They continue to press on. Hot ice. So a good start then from MPS Performance. Holding on to the coattails of the class leader at the moment. And that was Well, of course, a place gain for both Alessia and MPS Performance off of the race start, but that was courtesy of your pole sitters in class going bananas, going for a very early pit stop. Seeing what they can make work here, going on a totally opposing strategy to the rest of the field. We'll have to keep an eye on that and see if that does work out for them by the end of the race. But after 7 laps of proceedings then, it is Purple Racing 5 in the lead, and it is Purple Racing 5 with the fastest lap of the race so far. And on the previous lap, they also set the second fastest lap of the race so far. So consistently, the quickest kart out on the circuit at the moment, a Purple Racing 5. They lead by 2.5 seconds as we go on to lap number 9. Still the back marker, the 11 of Going Bananas. A bit of a cork in the bottle here for a couple of our drivers. It's Alessia Pro... No, it's not. It's GKD Racing and Camtech who find themselves now stuck in the wheel tracks of team number 11. Not for much longer, though, for GKD as they send it down the inside there on the exit of Stadium Bend. A leapfrog ahead of the number 11 once more, putting a lap on team number 11. But like I was saying, they are on a completely opposing strategy to the rest of the field. They're in their own race at the moment. There's no point in wasting time battling with these karts. It's only going to slow down your stint and thus mean that if the undercut was going to work, it's going to be a lot less strong if you're losing time battling with random other karts out there on circuit. If a driver's faster, they just need to let them through and continue on with their own race. Yet again, this time GKD hitting that monstrous puddle on the inside of the exit of the penultimate corner of the lap. I think a couple of drivers quickly learning that maybe they can't be quite so aggressive over that curve because suddenly they find themselves a lot wetter than they were a lap ago. It looks as though that gap for Purple Racing 5 only increasing out there, sadly for the neutrals, but like we say, still plenty to play for in terms of strategy. And these conditions, they are punishing conditions. One little mistake and it can be game over. Race ending, possibly even day ending. So although Purple Racing 5 continuing to build a gap here, there's always that possibility. That's why Project D, Alessia Prime, GKD, Camtech, all chasing them down still. Need to hang in there. One little thing goes wrong for the drivers ahead, and there's lots to be gained for the chasing pack in behind. Well, what are we to now then? About 10 minutes. 10 minutes through into this first race of 2 here from the Rye House Pro Karting Series Winter Cup in 2026. And gaps already, it's about 10 seconds now separating the top 7 already. Purple Racing 5 still in the lead. Alessia still in the lead in Pro. And Project Door Fitters, the number 21, well, they had a little spin on the warm-up lap. Thankfully, they got those spins out of the way before we went to green flag conditions. They continue to lead in the Clubman class. Bad Racing doing a nice job as well in second in Clubman's as well. It will be tough if you're in Clubman class, though, to not finish on the podium. There are only 3 Clubman class karts here today. So you're guaranteed a podium finish here in the Clubmans, but still plenty of battles to be had out there on circuit. And of course, no difference between the karts in the varying classes. The only difference is the expertise and knowledge of the drivers behind the wheel. Not quite as experienced the drivers down in Clubman as the drivers in the Super Pro category. But that's the only thing separating them. As drivers get more experienced and get faster and prove that improvement, they then get bumped up to the higher classes. That being shown by a couple of the teams from last year. Of course, DR Autos, your Clubman, they've been bumped up to the Pro class for this season. Currently 12th place overall at the moment and 5th in the Pro class. But it is going to be quite a jump up for them to jump from Clubmans to Pros. This is going to be a baptism of fire for them here at the Winter Cup. But probably the best time to be having that jump up. It's a one-off special event. Points won't be carrying over to the future round. So if it all goes Pete Tong, again, we can go home with a smile on our faces. Lots learned, ready to attack the regular season that begins in a month's time. Pressing on towards 15 minutes already completed in this race. And more back markers being caught, I do believe. I think that Slippery Banana is now getting overtaken. Yes, it is. They've been lapped by your race leaders. And now out of the final corner, Project D get passed as well. So 4 seconds now separating Purple Racing 5 and Project D. But it is pretty close in behind Project D. Only a second then back to Alessia Prime as they send it down the inside of the back marker, Slippery Banana. And the number 1 follows suit. GKD Racing round the outside into hairpin 2. And the 42 and the 1 continue their chase of the number 86. Like I say, a second between Project D and Alessia Prime as we headed on to lap number 14. And then about a further second then back to GKD Racing. Well, they said they like starting in 5th place. They've had a decent start so far, up 1 position from their grid start. But like we say, that was due to early pitting from drivers around them. Actually, I say that. That's the case for a lot of drivers further down the order, but let's double check that. No, so my apologies. That is a position gained over the first stint for GKD. I take that back. GKD have gotten past Camtech on the road for that 4th position in the early parts of this race. Camtech have made their way through on the 37 of Monkey, who were down in 15th, and now on corner exit, they make their way past the sister team of Going Bananas in 14th place. Again, don't forget those two have already made a pit stop in this one, and I can see there. I'm trying to work out what the specific hand gestures mean from the drivers in the kart. There was some hand gesture there from the driver of Purple Racing 5. What he was trying to communicate, though, is anyone's guess. Maybe there's some acknowledgement between the team and they know what those hand gestures are. There's some I can work out myself that are pretty universal. Won't go into more details about that. But other times it can be a little bit more guesswork for me here up in the commentary box. But doing the best that we can. Like we say then, closing in on 15 minutes to go. I don't think... I've been trying to keep my eye down on pit lane. I don't believe that we've had anyone else into the pits besides the 2 early stoppers of Going Bananas and Monkey. Like I say, I'll do my best to keep notes of when drivers have pitted, but it can often be a lot more spaced out in the usual 4-hour races that we get here in the Rye House Pro Karting Series. Here in the 2 hours, it's going to feel a lot quicker. We're suddenly going to be into the final hour of the race before I even feel like it's got started, which is... a blessing and a curse in some ways. We always want more and more racing, and we're going to get more and more racing. For me, it's a benefit because I get 2 race starts and 2 race finishes, which is where I can get most excited and be a shouty man once again. My first race weekend of the year, so excited to be back here at Rye House, and a big thank you to all the guys at Rye House, and of course Mark Beaumont, your series coordinator, for having me back for 2026. Fantastic to be in the paddock here, both for the Rye House Pro Karting Series and for the Rye House Kart Club. Make sure you're supporting both, whether that be coming down to the races. Of course, Rye House Pro Karting first Saturday of every month. And I think 3rd Sunday, I want to say, of the month is every Kart Club round. Either make your way down to Rye House if you're close, or of course there are going to be the live streams on the Rye House YouTube channel to keep you updated with everything that's going on as well. Right then, we are 15 minutes into this race. Go Bananas, after making that early pit stop, have overtaken sister team Slippery Banana for... position out on track. So Slippery Bananas slipping down, sadly for them, to 14th place. But at the moment, no other changes in terms of racing order. Still fastest lap held by Purple Racing number 5, a 48.415. And that is significantly faster than what we had in qualifying. Fastest lap in qualifying was a 49.171, which in and of itself, getting out there and just doing that 1 lap, that is mightily impressive. Now the drivers have settled into the conditions a little bit more and settled in to that pendulum. Drivers finding a lot more time. We now have got a lot of the field down in the 48s, a lot more in the 49s as well, and then a few still in the 50s and the 51s for the moment. But all still very close still out there on circuit. I say that though, gap between the 2 leaders is up to nearly 6 seconds now between Purple Racing and Project D. Still about a further second then back to Alessia Prime, but GKD are right on Alessia Prime's tail now. Here they come out the final corner, and this is going to be your closest battle at the sharp end, I think, certainly at least through this first stint of the race. We've got second, third, and fourth absolutely line astern here. Very experienced drivers behind the wheel of these three karts, all in the Super Pro class. A sniff of the inside line there for the GKD Racing crew, but thinking better of it. Of course, if you're in a 10-15 minute sprint race, maybe you do let the brakes off a bit and dive for the apex there, and not in a 2-hour endurance. Work together for these early stages, see what you can do. If you feel you're demonstrably faster, plan that move multiple laps in advance. Where you think they're a little bit weaker, get it done cleanly and continue to press on through. Very different racing style here in endurance racing compared to sprint racing action that we're more used to at the kart club here at Bry House. But both very interesting in their own ways. I'm watching, waiting to see when this occurs here up at the front. Closer than ever this time at GKD Racing. Will they think about the inside line this time? Not quite close enough, they feel. Pretty much bumper to bumper down there into hairpin 1, though. I'm not sure how much closer they can get than that to set up a move. They sniff at the inside line again. They're through hairpin number 2. Opportunity goes missing, though, and they'll continue on as they were down into pylon. Battle for the lead in the pro class looks pretty similar to how it was when we last checked in with them. They do have the Going Bananas car in between them now, I do believe. So a little bit of breathing room for the driver of Alessia at the moment. But like we say, one little mistake. There's only about... what is that? Just over a second between these two drivers at the sharp end of the pro class. One little mistake and that could very quickly switch around. So the driver of the Alessia kart needs to be locked in here throughout this first stint of the race. But like I say, watching and waiting with bated breath here for a mistake from second place. Could this be it? Alessia Prime draw alongside down into pylon, but they'll be on the outside line. Even in these wet conditions, that's not where you want to be. They're down into pylon. Door closed by Project D. But there we go. That's the first sort of big sniff that we've seen there for second place from Alessia Prime. Not the best exit out of the final corner, though. That will give at least a few corners of space to Project D to regain their confidence, regain their composure after that look for second place from Alessia Prime. But Alessia Prime might now be the ones under a bit of pressure. Oh, that was a big look there from GKD. But again, not quite feeling confident enough to pop it to the inside. You don't want to do something that you'll regret for the rest of the day. That was a bit more of a send there into hairpin number 2. Trying it again to the inside line, but couldn't quite get the power down on the exit. And again, Alessia Prime draw ahead once more. They stay in third place. And looking back down to the Clubman class as well, bit more of a gap between the two leaders in Clubman, 6 seconds separating Project Doorfitters and Bad Racing now as I look at them. Where are they continuing on? There's the Project Doorfitters kart heading through hairpin 2, and there is Bad Racing just heading into hairpin 2 now. So yeah, about 5 or 6 seconds between those two. Bad Racing looking on for a potential podium finish here in the Clubman category, which they'll be very happy with to kick off the season, I'm sure. Looking back down at the Clubman from last year, Bad Racing finishing third place in the Clubman class, 21 points off of the Clubman win, not far off at all. And over that season, had 3 wins in class and 2 poles in class over the 2025 season. Very impressive from the Bad Racing squad. They've been continuing to improve year on year that I've watched them here since they started at Rye House. I want to say 2 years ago, potentially 3, but that makes me feel very old. So I'm going to say 2. Either way, they've been improving very well. A driver in the first stint is doing a cracking job for the moment. As I was chatting to a lot of the drivers before we got the race underway, it was basically, for the first couple of laps, keep out of trouble, see what happens ahead, and try and make a couple of places up. Seems like the drivers have done a good job of that. We didn't have any sort of calamities down at T1, at least that I could see from my vantage point up here in the commentary box. Everyone pressed on, and we've continued on through. I think we're 20 minutes now through this one, even over 20 minutes. Well, I'll update you with a full rundown of the order once we get to a quarter race distance, once we are 30 minutes into the race. I will continue watching this battle for second, third and fourth. For the moment, I'm just going to take a very quick breather to try and upload the video of the interviews on the grid before the race. So I'll continue to keep a watchful eye out my window. But otherwise, you get a brief moment of break from me. Aren't you lucky? You might not, though. Oh, I got really excited there. I got very excited there might be a move for second place again. GKD really looking for that second place. It didn't quite happen. However, you know how I said crazier things have happened earlier? The sun is starting to come out once again here in Holliston. Oh, there was a bit of murmuring at the start. If it completely stops raining, if the sun comes out and the wind picks up, there might be potential for dry tyres in race 2. We'll wait and see. I'll leave you with that thought. Pro Karting series heading down the pit lane. Let's see who else we can find. That's the first corner can be a little bit sketchy at times. The first, looking at the drama, still going out on circuit then. Almost up to 10 seconds now, the gap between Purple Racing 5 in the lead and Project D in second place. They are just about still holding on to second, but they are catching a battle in and of itself. The back of Bad Racing, another tenth of a second on the last lap, and it might be a case of DR Auto's claim that this battle catches the back of the inside line. They can't quite grab second place. Deep on the brakes there for all three drivers in that battle for second, but they stay as they were. There's the move from DR Auto out of hairpin 2, but again, on to 11th place for now. Now, of course, these two karts are in two different classes for this race. As round the outside goes DR Auto's. Nice move there into the final couple of corners. Aggressive stuff. Took the line and took the place. Nice move there from DR Auto's. They jump up into 11th place. And I think that might, thankfully, for the battle for second, take the heat off somewhat, because now those two have re-switched, it should be a little bit easier for these three to get past. I was a little bit worried they might be squabbling for position as these three arrived on the scene, and it might all change. Here's the move for third place, though. Down the inside goes GKD Racing. They finally get it done after many laps of trying. They press on through and get the place. Alessia, whoa, chucked off to the outside there. They tried to point forwards, and GKD trying to open up the corner for themselves down into hairpin number 2, nearly shovel Alessia Prime into the barriers. They did well to hold on to that one as they continue through to the end of this lap. This is getting a bit of breathing room then to Project D, as they're now trying to find a way through on Bad Racing. They need to get this done, first time of asking, if they want to continue to scamper off here and not be immediately under pressure from the charging, reigning champions of GKD Racing. Through they go into Stadium Bend once more, and there you go. Second place is through then. Project D does get past Bad Racing, and DR Autos, they're already off to the races. They're already chugging up the road, looking to see who they can overtake next. Well, next driver up the road, that's number 21 of Project Door Fitters. That's up the road, so DR Autos with a bit of work to do, and sadly for them, that'd still be to overtake the leader along then until, so it's 7.5. I'll have to wait for Project Door Fitters to come across the line to tell you the gap. Oh, it's big. Oh, it's big. 26 seconds DR Autos need to catch to get the next driver in class, which is 207 Orange Tree Racing. That's a tall order, but we do still have 3/4 of this race to go. We're nearly at 30 minutes through into this race, and again, so many issues with the stream. I'm not sure why, because I've got decent service. I think it's because I'm uploading this, isn't it? It must be why. Even though it says no data, hopefully it doesn't auto stop. We'll see. Hopefully it works itself out. I'm trying to do 18 different things at once. Hey, we're doing the best we can. Right, nearly 30 minutes completed then. GKD up into the podium positions for now anyway. We'll see. Of course, the other drivers get their ducks in a row in terms of pit stops in this first race. Where those two teams will end up, I'm very interested to see where they end up once all is said and done. Like I say, I've been trying to keep up to date with what's going on in pit lane as well. I still don't think we've had any other drivers into pit lane. I don't think any other teams have been in just yet. Just those first two from lap number one. As look at this. It's chaos down into hairpin number one. Back marker holding up our battle for second place. Going to the inside line is GKD. Contact with the back marker. It's all getting so close into hairpin number two. They just about avoid each other in the battle for second place. Hands up in the air from the 37 of Monkey Monkey. Not happy with the contact there from GKD Racing. They were trying to find a bit of track position there to steal the place away on the inside. They couldn't find a way through, and they've got a contact warning for their troubles. It was opportunistic there from GKD. That's what makes a champion, is those kind of opportunistic moves. This time just didn't quite work out for team number one. Sadly for them, they stay in third place. Project D still leading the way in this battle for second, but for how much longer? They've looked under pressure for the last 20 minutes or so. Could this be it into hairpin one? He's got the overlap, tries to close the door. They're making contact all the way down to the corner. That was so close. He's not happy about that one as the driver of Project D, but that was all fair in my books. That was a great move to the inside line from GKD, attempting to close the door there. Way too late from Project D. He was already more than enough alongside, and GKD take the position. They're up into second place, and hey, I don't hand out the penalties, but in my books, that was clean. He's into second place. Alessia Prime dive to pit lane. They don't want to be involved in that battle anymore. They might think that that's wasting time for them. They dive straight into pit lane for their first stop of the race. Let's mark that down on my very rudimentary tracking system. So Alessia Prime then pit from fourth place. So this is the opportunity now for GKD to get some mileage under their belt. They have free air now in second place. One of the drivers around them is pitted, and the other driver, I think fair to say, is not quite on the pace of the GKD kart. This is their chance to really, really start hammering in some, hopefully for them anyway, purple lap times. We'll wait and see. Well, sadly, it is looking like we might have some relatively serious issues for team number 37, Monkey Monkey, into the pits for the second time in this race, and doesn't look like they're moving anywhere particularly quickly. Straight up. Now starting to slowly come down between our race leaders. It's down to 12.5 seconds. Once again, it had gone just over 13 a few moments ago. Back down to 12.5 between Purple Racing 5 and GKD Racing. Of course, your reigning champions. I said, now that they're into a bit of fresh air, this could be their opportunity to try and close up to the race leaders who scampered off early in this one. They couldn't have had a much better start than they did have. And putting a big bit of fresh air between themselves and the chasing now kart of GKD Racing. Of course, it was Project D for a lot of the first part of this race. They switched around about 5 or so minutes ago. So GKD now leading the charge. And both those teams in the low 48s. New personal best, though, for Camtech. That was a good last lap for Camtech, a 48.2. 2.5 tenths, about a quarter of a second slower than the ultimate pace in this race. Of course, like I mentioned earlier, from Purple Racing 5. I think since I mentioned earlier, yes, they have set a new fastest lap of the race. That was 2 laps ago. A 48 dead. Now for Purple Racing 3, we're nearly down into the 47s. Will we see that at any point during this race? We'll have to wait and see. Sadly, sun seems to have dipped back behind the many, many clouds in the sky. So no longer assisting with getting the circuit dry as some of the drivers might have hoped. The amount of spray coming off the tyres, though, especially out of Stadium Bend, there is no way that that's drying up at any point today. I think it's safe to say. But anyway, actually, I used to love racing in the wet conditions. But yeah, You're fine when you're in the car as well. That's a big spin. That's Alessia round at hairpin number 2. Alessia spinning out at hairpin 2. They get it restarted quickly, but that's a good 4, 5, 6 seconds lost there for Alessia. As I've said so many times, a brief mistake can carry big punishments in these sort of weather conditions, and that's exactly what's happened there to second in class, Alessia. And they've now dropped right into the clutches. That is 207 Orange Tree Racing. Have they been overtaken for that spin? Yes, they have. So they've lost a place because of that spin. 36 Motorsport were right on their tail there on lap number 43. But they spin out of second in class. They drop to third. And now they've got fourth in class. 207 Orange Tree Racing right on their tail. So after already making a little mistake there, the driver of kart number 40 now has lots of pressure on once again, as another driver that he's battling with for class position is right behind him. Well, a little bit of calamities then there for Team Alessia. Were leading the class for a while in this race, but sadly now dropping into third place in class, as we do have another driver diving to pit lane. Didn't quite spot who that was there before they dived into the weighing scales. We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see who heads down. It's bad racing. There we go. I believe it. Yes. Thank you. I think I'm getting the thumbs up. Cheers, Hayden. He's my eyes there down on the ground. Appreciate that, Hayden. Right then, we'll mark that down as another pit stop. Place overall and second in class. And looks as though they've about got whatever it was sorted down there at the end of pit lane. And now they're heading down back into the dummy grid area. I do believe next driver is ready to jump into the kart then. So Bad Racing in for their first pit stop of the race. Let's mark that one down then. Where are they? Bad Racing. I will add a Mexican completed for Bad Racing. Thank you very much for your assistance there, Hayden. And Bad Racing, I believe, have they exited pit lane? Have they come across the timing? Not quite yet, I don't think. I can see driver that was in is out. So there we go. They come under the gantry now. Second driver in behind the wheel of team number 39. A 3-driver team. I knew it was always the 2 brothers who took to the wheel for Bad Racing. I believe they brought a 3rd driver into the fold here. Whether this is just for the Winter Cup or whether this is for the full season, I'll have to find out a little bit later on. Team number 12, Slippery Banana, into the pits. This is their first pit stop of this race so far. And Slippery Banana, I don't think any issues for them. Unlike Bad Racing that we saw a moment ago, they're straight to the end of pit lane. I do believe for a driver change, and they'll then be heading straight out onto the black stuff to continue on. Bit of side-by-side action there between a couple of karts. That was Monkey and MPS Performance going side-by-side. MPS getting through, though, and putting a bit more fresh air between them. Place in the Pro Class, 36 Motorsport. They're really not too far away, though. One little change, and that lead in. We'll wait and see if that does come to fruition later on in this race, then. Internet up here for the live stream, but they're nearly uploaded onto the Facebook page. Hope you do all enjoy those little interviews. It was lovely to chat with you all prior to race number 1. Hopefully we can continue doing that a little bit more frequently throughout the season. I've invested in a lot more tech for this year, so when it works, it's great. But it does cause me to pull my hair out half the time. But we'll continue to keep trying to elevate this series and get more and more people involved, because Right House Pro Karting Series is one of the most exciting ones that I commentate over for sure. And we want as many people out there on the black stuff as possible. More people racing means more fun for all of us. Right then, another driver into the pits, and this is your race leader, Purple Racing 5. This could be a big pit stop for the rest of the race. Purple Racing 5 are in for their first stop of the day. Of course, they're being chased down at the moment by GKD Racing, who now take the lead of the race, courtesy of that pit stop from Purple Racing 5. Seems like it was a pretty quick one. They're straight back out of the pits, a 1:28 total time. So pit stop-wise, that was about 39 seconds in the pits. So a decent, quick stop there. No fuel. I do think there was a driver change, but no fuel on board. Driver continues on then. And your race leaders rejoin the action in 6th place overall. Yes, they do rejoin in 6th place overall. As we continue to hammer on towards half race distance already. It feels like we've only just got the racing started a few moments ago. And now we're closing on towards half race distance here in race number 1. Camtech trying to find a way through on bad racing there down into hairpin number 1. Bad racing closing the door. I don't think on purpose at all. I think just trying to get their lines right. And there we go. Break a little bit earlier into hairpin number 2. Give the room to Camtech. Camtech round the outside. And they continue to press on. So Camtech now inherit second place on the road, as they are about 3.5 seconds off the back of Project D. Oh, I say that. That's why I'm getting myself confused. GKD Racing have just pitted as well at 1 minute 22. That was even faster. That's potentially 5 or so seconds gain there for GKD Racing on that pit stop. Thank goodness I noticed that. Right, 1 pit stop added on for GKD. We've got another driver into the pits. Is this Camtech potentially? Even with the new glasses, I'm still struggling. Into pit lane they go. Who's dropping down the order? Yes, it is Camtech. Right, 1 pit stop noted for Camtech. So they then pit from what would have been third on the road. Then, of course, GKD pitted, so they inherited second on the road. Another into the pits, who's also in. DR Autos into the pits as well. So suddenly, from barely anyone pitting apart from the 2 on the first lap, suddenly we've got a flurry of pit stops here about 45 minutes into this race. So that seems to be around the right length for the first stints here for these 2-hour endurance races. A lot of teams diving in around 45 minutes completed. And with an hour and 15 minutes to go, that leaves me to leave probably a 45 and a 30-minute stint still to come for the remaining drivers. So like I say then, that hands Project D the race lead. Trying to spot where the drivers are in relation to each other. So Purple Racing 5 are still in the effective race lead here, as the drivers ahead haven't pitted. Crucially though, what is the gap between Purple Racing 5 and GKD Racing? That is about 7 seconds between them. Issue for GKD is they've got Alessia and 207 Orange Tree Racing between them and Purple Racing 5, and those two are battling for position and also the potential of a class podium. So that's going to be a bit of a feisty one to try and get through there for GKD. I wish their driver the best of luck in that. They're the reigning champions though, so if they can't do it, no one can. Aha, yay! The uploading has complete. If you would like to watch and indulge in the grid walk interviews that I did prior to race 1, if you head over to the Rye House Pro Karting Series Facebook page, they are all there ready to watch and enjoy. So head over to the Rye House Pro Karting Series Facebook group. If you're not already part of it, make sure you join up. That's where all your updates for the season are going to be, and that's where you can find little bits of extra content such as that. Well, that's done. Hopefully, oh my goodness, my phone is about 1,000 degrees. Well, that's good. I'll leave that charging and destroying it. It's good to see. And we'll continue to keep an eye on the action out on the circuit. I hope that should free up a bit of bandwidth for the live stream. Hopefully that'll pick up. Again, apologies to anyone watching at home if maybe the audio's a little bit choppier than I would like it. Despite having all the up-to-date kit, if I can get my words out, I'm still held down by whatever sort of service I can get, and it can be a bit ropey here at Rye House, so doing my best with what I have. But I hope you do enjoy everything I'm trying to bring to the series this year. Right then, an hour and 15 minutes left to go of this race. Project D still, I do think the last of our Super Pro class karts to head to pit lane then in this first race of the day. They find themselves about 18 seconds clear of MPS Performance, who have now taken second place overall, courtesy of those pit stops happening ahead of them. And MPS about 3.5 seconds clear of 36 Motorsport. Purple racing them down now, and there they are down the inside, I think. Oh, that's on the number 11. Apologies for getting ahead of myself there. That was on Going Bananas, so another lap lost there, I think, for Going Bananas. They go 2 laps down. Well, that might actually be retaking the position that they would have lost from that from the earlier pit stop for Purple Race, out right in the wheel tracks of 207 Orange Tree Racing. They need to try and dispatch them as soon as possible. It's just ahead of them, a few paces up the road, Purple Racing 5. Now, as they've got through, now looking to hunt down a couple more drivers. Of course, they got past on the number 11. It's the 36 of 36 Motorsport. Now, to get past, they've got a few kart lengths, though, to catch them up before they can think about an overtake. And like we say, even though track conditions are changing lap on lap here, it's not actively raining anymore, so the drivers, their wet tyres will be displacing quite a bit of the water out there on the black stuff. But even saying that, there's still so much standing water everywhere. Like we say, one little mistake and it can all go wrong. That's why you got to get in that metronome, get to a good pace and stick to it throughout your stint. Consistency is key in the Rye House Pro Karting Series. And it's consistency that brings those results once racing is all said and done. There is the number 1 of GKD then pulling to the inside of 207 Orange Tree Racing as they come under the gantry. That should be a simple move for GKD, and it is. Through into 6th place they go then, dispatching a 4th in the Pro class at the moment of 207 Orange Tree Racing. I will say I do like the colour coordination of the driver in the seat for 207 Orange Tree Racing, and they've got an orange lid on. That should be a necessity for all drivers of 207 Orange Tree Racing. You must have an orange lid. If you don't, you will not be allowed to race. No, that might be a little bit silly. They are costly. Ridiculous. Why are helmets so expensive? Well, they protect your head, which is a good thing, but why are the liveries so expensive? I get it's a difficult job. I understand it. But I want a helmet that looks cool, but I can only afford a plain white one. So, first world problems, isn't it? First world problems. But yeah, some drivers with very flashy lids, some drivers with the all-white lids. It doesn't affect your pace. Might affect your confidence a little bit, but it doesn't affect your pace. And it's good to see. That's always the thing with Pro Karts as well. It's always quite the leveler. It's a really good stepping stone for drivers wanting to get into some proper professional owner karting that may be coming from rentals or whatnot, slightly lower down, wanting to jump up and get involved. Maybe you don't quite have the budget to jump into a full season of Rotaxes or X30s, things like that. Pro Karts is such a fantastic step up. Provide really, really close, fun racing action, and always something that I recommend to someone who's maybe umming and ahhing as to where they should go. They've gotten a bit bored of rental karting, they want to jump into something with a bit more power. Always recommend a Pro Kart as a really nice stepping stone, and then maybe see where they go from there. But a lot of the drivers you'll find will jump into Pro Karts thinking, oh, I'll do this for a bit, and then we'll jump into two-stroke, and they never end up moving because they just have so much fun in the 4-strokes. What's the point? If it's not broke, don't fix it. If you're having fun, let it be. Contact warning for Purple Racing number 5, then your effective race leaders with a contact warning. And I did see that one. They were hunting down one of the back markers as they went into Pylon, tried it round the outside of Pylon, bit of a nudge as they went into Complex Duvel. And I can see why that contact warning has come up for your effective race leaders. Nothing to worry about just yet, but a few of those. And then you might be having a bit of a chat with the stewards after the race. And that's never what you want to happen. We just had another driver down into the weighbridge and into the fuel bay. I think that's the first time that we've seen any drivers into the fuel bay so far in this race. And who is that? Project Door Fitters it is. So from the lead of the Clubman class, Project Door Fitters make their first pit stop of race number 1. And like I say, the first team that, at least I've noticed, heading in to the fuel bay. This will be a bit of time lost, at least on this time around, but we can expect that teams are going to need to do at least one fuel stop during this race. A lot of them have already done that first quicker stop as such. There might be a bit of close call here between the two drivers coming into pit lane. 37 being a bit slow with it. 21 trying to get the overtake done in the pits. They finally do find their way through. That's a shame. Monkey into the pits again with more issues. And the 21 indeed. There we go. I'll mark it down as 3, sadly, for Monkey, but more issues for the team in 15th place. What a shame. What a shame for Monkey. There is the 21. Then a Project Door Fitters. Pit stop done and dusted. I think fuel stop and driver change there for team number 21. And fair play, even with a fuel stop there, they come back out in the lead of the Clubman class. So a good stop there from Project Door Fitters. Having a good race at the moment. They're looking to try and take the first Clubman win of the year. Right then, we are quickly ticking down towards half race distance, ladies and gentlemen. Time flies when you're having fun, as they say, and my goodness, are we having fun here at a very soggy Rye House Kart Raceway. We tick on down towards half race distance in this one. When we do get to an hour left to go in this race, I'll run you through the running order at the moment. But like we say, that's all going to reshuffle over that last hour. So we're still expecting the first stop of quite a few of our karts, and the second stop for a lot of them as well. Now, my list, I hope this is correct. I believe we're still waiting on the first pit stop from 207 Orange G Racing, Alessia, Project D, 36 Motorsport, and MPS Performance. That's what I've got on my list, and I think that is correct. Hopefully. Hopefully. I'm pen and paper up here. Tracking it, so proper old school up here. But doing me best. But like I say, when we get to an hour to go, I'll run you through that order for the moment. Looks as though GKD Racing have made another overtake on the last lap. They dispatch of Alessia, team number 40. That brings GKD back into 5th place overall, but crucially, that means GKD no longer have any karts in between themselves and the effective race leaders of Purple Racing 5. That gap was 7.5 seconds. It's now down to less than 5 seconds between Purple Racing 5 and GKD Racing. GKD said they love a 5th place start. And Purple Racing were from pole position. They are qualifying maestros, are Purple Racing 5. But the points are handed out in the race, and GKD are flying out there at the moment. They are hunting them down lap on lap. And let's see how that gap continues to close. It's down to less than 4.5 seconds now as we head on to lap number 65 of this race. Now that is the one to watch then. If you're watching trackside and you're not consistently involved in watching the Rye House Pro Karting Series, you're looking for kart number 5 and kart number 1. Those two karts are in the effective battle for the race lead at the moment. And number 1 is quickly closing in on kart number 5. Now, I said there's no karts in between them. I've told a bit of a fib there. There are 2 karts in between them, but they're not on the lead lap. That is Going Bananas in 10th and Bad Racing in 13th, both in between GKD Racing and Purple Racing 5. So not only do GKD need to get in a good rhythm here that is quicker than the kart they're chasing, they also need to dispatch of these 2 karts nice and quickly. Inside line held there this time by the 11 of Going Bananas. Not defending at all, just trying to find the most grip out there. And that just meant GKD went one way, went the other, couldn't find an opening and had to sit in behind once more. So that's another half a lap lost here for GKD as they haven't found a way through. Issue for them is Going Bananas are looking for the overtake here on Bad Racing as well. This could not have been set up worse as, oh no, we've got a driver off down at hairpin number 1. I didn't spot that one happen. He's trying to drag his kart back onto the circuit. That is the 12 of Slippery Bananas in 14th place. They've had a bit of an off there. It's easy to do there. Slightly downhill towards hairpin number 1. And if you brake a little bit too late, quickly you can lose that kart from underneath you. It seems like that's what's happened there to the number 12. There might have been contact. I didn't see it. Still a yellow flag there, though, down into hairpin 1, even though the 12 is clear. Of course, keeping it yellows until the marshal has returned to a safe point. So totally understandable there from the race officials. But that just held up GKD once again. Again, things not quite playing into the hands of GKD at the moment. Both themselves and the 11 of Going Bananas have slipped through on Bad Racing, but still GKD unable to find a way past on Going Bananas. Thankfully for them at least, Purple Racing 5 find themselves in the wheel tracks of 36 Motorsport. Now this is actually a battle for position. This is the battle for 3rd place overall at the moment, but don't forget 36 Motorsport still owing us their first pit stop of this race. 3 minutes to go then until half race distance. There we go. GKD have found a way through then on Going Bananas. And once more, fresh air between themselves and the effective race leaders. How many laps is it going to take for them to close down on Purple Racing 5? That's the assumption anyway, is that they're going to be able to close down that gap. From what we've learned up to this point in the race, that is looking like it could happen. But in that scuffles with the back marker, with GKD getting a bit held up there, they've lost a few tenths of a second. Gaps opened up to about 5.25 seconds once again between Purple Racing 5 and GKD Racing. But all still very much to play for. We press on then onto almost lap number 69. Way. Project A leading the way. Project D leading the way still. Still waiting for a pit stop from Project D. They've another car that's had a monstrous first stint in this one. really long stint, almost closing into an hour now, like we say, an hour's stint in a pro kart. In the wet will be a little bit less demanding on your body, but quite a bit more demanding on your mind, I think, in these wet conditions. Because you're really having to focus, grip, and being ready for that kart to suddenly snap when you didn't expect it really takes it out of you, and you can feel that mental fatigue after a long stint such as this. And not only that, this driver is probably getting in again in about an hour or so time for race 2. So impressive stuff from the driver behind the wheel for the first stint for Project D. Still, for some reason, really struggling with bandwidth up here. I'm not doing my best job as we can, trying to keep the stream alive on the YouTube channel. Appreciate everyone for tuning into the YouTube channel and keeping up to date with the racing. Have some chatter with the guys behind the scenes here at Rye House and see if I can get access to their CCTV cameras. If I can potentially bring some pictures for future races, but that's for something to be sorted in the near future. Plenty of things to happen throughout the season, and that's why you've got to be staying up to date with us, keeping your eyes peeled for potential future happenings here in the Rye House Pro Karting Series. But like we say then, we are waiting on towards half race distance. We had a very calm pit lane for a good 30 or 40 minutes and a flurry of loads of drivers coming in at very similar times. And then it's gone quiet yet again in pit lane. We wait for things to stir up once more. And I can't believe it. I think I am going to have to take my jumper off here in the commentary box. I mean, I always run hot, but yeah, even today I'm surprised that I'm at any point I feel I need to just be in a t-shirt. But hey ho, there we go. Heading towards an hour left to go then. Right, I will leave you on this then with 1 hour left to go as 207 Orange Tree Racing are in for their first pit stop of the race. They pit from 7th place overall, 4th in class at the moment. First pit stop about to be done by 207 Orange Tree Racing. Here is your running order, though, with an hour left to go. Project D still leading the race, but owing us a pit stop. MPS Performance in 2nd place. Purple Racing 5 in 3rd place. Currently, I do believe, your effective race leaders, once these first round of pit stops are done and dusted. 36 Motorsport in 4th place. GKD Racing in 5th, effectively 2nd, chasing down your race leaders. Alessia then in 6th. Camtech in 7th. Alessia Prime 8th. 207 Orange Tree Racing in 9th place. They're still in the pits at the moment. Going Bananas in 10th. DR Autos 11th. Project Doorfitters 12th, Bad Racing 13th, Slippery Bananas 14th, and Monkey Monkey 15th. And sadly, not currently setting laps around the circuit. They are in the pits. Issues with the kart for 37. That is a real shame for Monkey Monkey. Hopefully we do see them out later on in this race, or barring that, hopefully we do see them out in race number 2 later on this afternoon. Right, who's into the pits now? It's Alessia who pits straight in for their pit stop. So 207 Orange Tree Racing pull the trigger and Alessia respond with an immediate pit stop for themselves. Who can do the slightly faster stop? 207 were a little bit... I'm trying to remember if they were further up the road or further down the road from Alessia. I think they were slightly down the road, but only just. This will be close here, I think, on exit of pit lane here between Alessia and 207 Orange Tree Racing. Not quite as close as maybe I had initially thought, though. There come 207 around the final corner. I do believe Alessia already out of the pits. Where are they? Yes, yeah, there they are. There they are. Down into hairpin number 1 go Alessia. So actually, I think probably a bit of time gained there for Alessia. Alessia heading down to hairpin number 2. 207 Orange Tree Racing coming through Reg's elbow at the moment. So another brief flurry of pit stops there for 2 of our pro class karts. We've still got a couple that we're waiting for then. Less than an hour left to go here in race number 1 of the Rye House Pro Karting Series Winter Cup in 2026. As I was just about to sign off, another driver has dived for pit lane. Is this Project D? I do think it was a red number on the kart. Might be another driver though. I might have been mistaken. I often am. So let's wait and see as they come through the weighing scales before I do sign off. It could potentially be 36 Motorsport who have come in. Yes, it is. It's 36 Motorsport. So your 2nd place in the pro class at the moment come in for stop number 1 in this race. That means, oh dear, I've marked the wrong person. I was going to do that at some point. 36 Motorsport it is in the pits. There we go. So we're still waiting on Project D and MPS Performance to come in for their first stop of the race. And look at that then. It is 36 Motorsport who come in for a fuel stop. First time of asking. And a bit of conflab between the drivers there. I think trying to work out who's getting in and who's helping. I think drivers run down a little bit too soon there. I think didn't quite realise he needed to assist with the kart. As there we go, hops back in. We're going to push down to the end of pit lane. And then new driver will hop in there for 36 Motorsport. So a little bit of time lost there, a few seconds. But again, these guys bid it from second in the class. It's a close battle in the pro class here as we head into the second and final hour of this first race of the day. This could be crucial. We'll wait to see where 36 re-emerge after this first pit stop. And again, I'll give you a little bit of a brief bit of silence to get away from me for a couple of moments. I'll be back in a second. Every time I try and do that, someone comes into the pits. It's like they've got it out against me. Who's in the pits now then? This has got to be Project D or MPS Performance, right? We would expect, of course, we are expecting a second pit stop from all of these drivers as well. But we would have thought we'd get through all of the first round before we get into the second round. It is the 95 of MPS Performance. There we go. So now it is only your race leaders of Project D that we expect into pit lane. The only team we're still waiting on now are your race leaders. And where will MPS Performance come out then? They're trying to get a push, yet they do get a bit of a hand down to the end of pit lane. And as soon as they're into the dummy grid, driver out, driver in, get those engines back on, off and away he goes, back out onto the black stuff. And there is another driver into the pits just behind them then, into the weighing scales. That has to be Project D. Surely they've got to make a pit stop now. They've been out for an hour and 5 minutes on this first stint. It's not. Is that 36 Motorsport? I think it is. I think it is 36 Motorsport in again. Yes, 36 Motorsport in for their second stop then. So is this strategic? It looks strategic. They haven't stopped for any particular reason. I think it's just a very quick succession. Double stop here for 36 Motorsport. It is, yeah. So one driver out, next driver in. So that's all it was then. They did an initial stop for fuel. A couple more laps, straight in for a driver change. So 36 are going to be dropping further down the order, but they are going to be the dark horse to watch out for later in the race then. They've gone early with that second pit stop. So 36 Motorsport, the first team to give us 2 pit stops. I say that, apart from Monkey Monkey, but I don't think they've decided to make 3 pit stops so far. Issues for Monkey Monkey, of course. The first team to be Right then, well, with just under 50 minutes left to go in this race, we've had our second pit stop from your effective race leaders. That gap between themselves and GKD Racing had closed to about 2 seconds there before they made their second pit stop of the race. Looks as though I think they've just about left pit lane. Yes, they have. They come under the gantry. They rejoin the action in 8th place overall. So a little bit slower that time from Purple Racing, understandably so. They did hit the fuel bay there on that second stop, and we can expect that from a lot of the drivers in the second stops around. Of course, wanting to get some fuel on board for race number 2 as well, because don't forget, 15 minutes left to go in this race. The pit lane will close. Unless you have a mechanical issue and have to come in, pit lane is closed for any tactics through the racing. So you've got to make sure fuel's on board, not only for that final 15 minutes of race number 1, but also for the first 15 minutes of race number 2. The pit lane will be closed from the green flag through to 15 minutes in of race 2. So you don't want to end up conking out because you didn't put enough fuel in near the end of race number 1. So not only is there the tactics to work out in this race, it's also how that fuel load carries over into race number 2. Lots to be thought about by people much smarter than me down in the pit lane, getting all the tactics sorted for each of their individual teams. Right then, so that's 2 teams that have given us 2 stops so far from this one then. 36 Motorsport and Purple Racing 5. Purple Racing 5 in 8th place. 36 Motorsport in 11th place overall. Still, though, we are yet to get a pit stop from Project D. We are nearly an hour and 15 minutes into this race, ladies and gentlemen, and still no pit stops completed for Project D. There's an absolute monster behind the wheel of that Kart 86, putting in almost an hour and 15 minutes straight to our leading kart. One driver dives to pit lane. Is this Project D? No, it's not, because I think they've just come across the line to start a new lap. Yeah, there they are. They're coming through Reg's elbow. So who is it into pit lane? It's Alessia Prime. Alessia Prime are in for their second stop of the race, and they dive straight into the fuel bay. So Alessia Prime will mark them down as 2 pit stops completed then for Alessia Prime. This is their second and what they hope to be final stop of this first race of the day. And let's see how quickly they can get this one done and dusted. And they're in sort of a battle with Camtech, potentially with Project D as well. Still trying to work out how much really we were losing from that first round of stops. I think it was around 30 seconds. And Project D currently 28 seconds clear of GKD Racing. The first of your drivers to have made one, first of your teams, sorry, I should say, to have made 1 pit stop so far in this race. 28 seconds behind the only team to have still not given us a pit stop. Alessia Prime re-emerge in 9th place overall, and 23 seconds behind Purple Racing 5. So I think they're still in that battle for 3rd place, realistically, for Alessia Prime. And we'll see how that all continues to play out through the end of this race. So at the moment, then, looking down at the other classes, still Product Door Fitters, your leaders in the Clubman class. We've got all our 3 Clubman drivers, 12th, 13th and 14th, respectively, for Project Door Fitters, Bad Racing and Slippery Bananas. It is MPS Performance in the lead for the Pro class. As another driver heading into pit lane, is this Bad Racing again? I do believe it is. So number 39 of Bad Racing from 2nd place in the Clubman class. They pit for the 2nd time in this race. So Bad Racing then 2 stops out of 2 completed for team number 39. They're looking good to seal 2nd place in class in this one, barring any disastrous calamities over the next 45 minutes of the race. And of course, it's a new season. My counter for commentators' curses has been ticked back to 0. I'm feeling pretty good right now, but I'm trying to stifle them up again. I love a cheeky commentator's curse. I hope it's not on you, whoever's listening to this, but it might just be. So apologies in advance if I do commentators curse you at some point in this season. It's probably going to happen. We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. Right then, Bad Racing completing that 2nd stop. I think they've just about completed it. Yes, they have. Under the gantry they go. They rejoin. still in 13th place then. And they've still got a lap ahead of Slippery Bananas, to be fair. Not too much to worry about. Couple of laps back from Project Doorfitters. Like I say, that Clubman class looking like it should stay pretty much the same, barring any serious issues over the final parts of this race. Biggest change, really, over the last few laps or so is the change for fastest lap of the race. It had been Purple Racing 5s for most of this race so far. But on lap number 70, new fastest lap was set by GKD Racing. First drivers to dip down into the 47s. Now, Purple Racing 5 have joined them only 3 laps ago. They joined them in the 47s, about half a tenth off of that ultimate pace now set by GKD Racing. We are being set up here for a very exciting finish to this race. Purple Racing 5 going early on the strategy. GKD seemingly leaving it a little bit later. Who can put down the more consistent quick times over this next stint? I think that will decide who wins this race. And again, we're still waiting for a pit stop from Project D. I didn't think I'd still be saying that an hour and 20 minutes into this race, but I continue to wait for them to come into pit lane. And that gap slowly closing between themselves and GKD. It's just less than 28 seconds now. But remaining pretty firm. Good pace from Project D. Personal best lap of a 48.1. They've just had a 48.3 on the last lap. So they are consistently in those low 48 times. Similar pace to who we expect to be out in the lead. GKD and Purple Racing 5. I just realised I don't actually need to say Purple Racing 5 anymore, do I? Because there is no Purple Racing 3 in Clubman, at least for the Winter Cup here today. So I'm going to call them Purple Racing from now on because there's not 2 of them. But like we say, they made that early stop. And they are... Oh, this is going to be some serious quick maths in my head. What's that? Just over a minute, I think. Yeah, just over a minute behind GKD Racing at the moment. Of course, losing a lot more time in the pits when you're doing a fuel stop. So there is some more time to be lost in the pits for GKD, but we'll wait and see how that final pit stop does affect them and where they end up coming out in terms of Purple Racing on the track. We wait to see how that one plays out. Just over 40 minutes left to go on the clock then in this first race of 2 here at the Rye House Pro Karting Series Winter Cup in 2026. Once again, thank you to everyone making your way down to Hoddesdon to kick off the pro karting season here at Rye House. Fantastic to have you all back for another exciting and successful season here at RHPK. And I look forward to joining you for, to be fair, a lot of the rounds this year. So if you find my commentary incredibly annoying, well, you're stuck with me for quite a few races this year. Sorry, not sorry. Winter Cup, obviously, I'm here. Hello. I'll go through that in a second. Alessia are into the pits, I believe that is. Yes, that's the number 40. So Alessia, second pit stop of the race done for them then. It's going to be driver changes it as well. Yes, it is. So new driver in for Alessia as well. Looks as though Hayden is getting ready to jump in as well. He's got a very long, what do you even call that? Like, helmet tassel? What do you even call that? The thing that does up your helmet. I'm trying to spot if Hayden's is undone, and someone needs to check that, or whether it's just really long. He doesn't want to get called in for not having his helmet done up. That is a serious rookie mistake. That would be less than ideal, but looking okay for the moment. Well, here's the number 11 then. Of course, we saw the number 11 of Going Bananas go for that crazy start strategy, pitting on the first lap for an early pit stop. New driver hopped in and has been out, I do believe, ever since then, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he has. So from lap 2, basically, this driver's continued on for almost an hour and 20 minutes. So pretty close to the stint of Project D. But now Hayden's going to jump back in and actually decide to drive for more than one lap. Hayden's going to carry on for the rest of the 40-minute stint left in this race. Let's mark them down there. Number 11, Going Bananas. Second pit stop done. Right, another driver is into the fuel bay. Now, who is this coming in? Who's dropping down the order? Is it DR Autos potentially who have come in as well? I think it is, you know. I think it's the number 6 of DR Autos. I will wait for them to come down pit lane so I can double check that before I mark that on my document. But I do believe it's them dropping down the order as well as Going Bananas. So I think this has been a good strat from Going Bananas. That pitting early seems to have put them out back in the mix for even potentially a podium here if they can put in some good pace over this next stint to bring the race to a close. Yeah, there we go. It is the number 6 of DR Autos. We'll mark them down. Second pit stop complete. for DR Autos. Of course, like we mentioned earlier, their first race jumping up into the Pro class here today for the Winter Cup. Of course, your championship victors in the Clubman class in 2025. First race in the Pro class, a bit of a baptism of fire for DR Autos, but they're doing a good job of it nonetheless. As we watch them head back out on circuit, they rejoin in 12th place overall. We'll see how that sorts itself out by the time we get to the checkered flag. Right there, another teamer into the pits. Who is it this time into the fuel bay? Trying to spot who that is. Might be GKD Racing potentially. It looks like a single number with a red plate. We'll just wait and double check as they head down. It is indeed. There we go. GKD Racing have dropped down a place. So it is them in the fuel bay. So second stop now being completed by your reigning champions. They are into pit lane for their second and final stop of this race. Now, is it also a driver change? Yes, it is. Driver hops out, new driver in, engines back on, and away they go. Nice and speedy stop there from the reigning champions, as to be expected. When you've got the number one in your kart, that comes with some expectations from the drivers around you, and they've been living up to that for the moment, battling for the race win here in race number one. Another driver diving into pit lane then for another pit stop. We'll wait and see who that is. It's not Project T. They've carried on for another lap. I'm getting a bit worried here. I mean, there's nothing to say when they have to pit. It just has to be 2 pit stops done before 15 minutes left to go. That is the only rule that I know of. Right, who is it that's in? No, that's a change on track. So DR Autos are through on Project Doorfitters on track. So that's a change for position, but not for class. Even though the 21 does have yellow plates on, that's actually not correct, at least according to my timing. They are in the Clubman class in this one, despite having the yellow plate on. It is Camtech that's in, of course. So Camtech now pitting. So they were gifted second place there momentarily, courtesy of GKD pitting. And now Camtech straight in for their second stop. So the number 50 will pull to a halt. We'll mark them down as 2 pit stops done. So Camtech getting that stop sorted, and where will they re-emerge? This is going to be in the battle, really, with Alessia Prime. Of course, Alessia Prime have already completed that second pit stop. There goes Camtech out of the pits, crucially ahead of Alessia Prime. But only, I'd say that's maybe 6, 7 or 8 seconds, I'd say, the gap between those two. Yeah, 7 seconds when they came under the gantry there. And of course, Alessia Prime are already in a rhythm with things. New driver behind the wheel of Camtech. It's at least going to take him a couple of laps to get up to racing speed. Conditions very different to what was experienced in qualifying earlier on, and definitely very different to practice earlier on as well, because there's potential that these drivers haven't been in the kart since practice earlier on this morning, which was what, 10 a.m. to 11 a.m.? 10 a.m. to 10:45, yeah. So that is a good, it's a good like 4.5 hours ago that you might not have been behind the wheel, and suddenly you're jumping straight back in. All right, so Camtech done with their second stop. That's all noted. I've seen another driver heading down into the fuel bay. I'm going to go crazy when this ends up being Project D. I don't think it is, though, because they're halfway through the lap, so I still don't think it's Project D. No, it's not. It is it's one of our bananas or monkey squad. I'm sure of it, but I can't quite tell who. I think it's the 12. Yeah, I think it's the 12 of Slippery Bananas who are in. So Slippery Bananas in for the second stop then. So they pit from 14th place. Sadly, last of the current runners. We haven't seen Monkey since lap number 50, sadly, for Monkey. And leaders just heading on to lap number 104 at the moment. There's a couple more drivers diving in then. So the number 12 of Slippery Bananas, like we say, already there at the fuel bay. Who is it diving in behind them to the weighing scales? We're nearly at 30 minutes left to go in this race. I'll run you through the running order when we do get to that milestone. As no, that, I believe, is it MPS Performance who are in? I'm trying to work out who that is now. No, it's one of the carts. I was going to say that starts with a 2. It is, of course. That's why it was throwing me off. I just mentioned ignore the yellow plate on the Project Doorfitters cart because it should be green. And there we go. It's caught me out. Project Doorfitters are in for their second stop then. So they pit from 12th overall, leading in the Clubman class in this one. I'm very interested to see how they go from pole position in race number 2. Well, you've not got too long to wait. Let me say 30 minutes left to go with this one. Then we'll have a brief bit of downtime. I think 10 or 15 minutes break before we then get straight back underway for race number 2 this afternoon. We are treating you here at Rye House Kart Raceway today. 2 races for you here to kick off the RHPK season in 2026. Still, though, I cannot believe Project D haven't pitted. They've just started their 106th lap of this race, back to back. No pit stops in that. One stint of 106 laps so far for Project D. And I'm starting to get an inkling as to what I think their strategy might be. Minutes, we're going to see 2 very quick succession pit stops here for Project D. I think there'll be one where it's simply straight through the pits, drivers out, drivers back in to get one ticked off, and then probably the next lap be coming in again, stick some fuel on board to wait up ready for race number 2, and then can go for a long first stint in the first stint of race 2 as well. That's my thoughts at the moment anyway. I'm no race strategist, but that's what it's looking like to be at the moment. We'll wait and see if that does come to fruition as they head on to yet another lap of this one. Fuel bay closes in just over 15 minutes time. So teams that have not given us their second stop and are expecting to get fuel on board for that second stop especially, we need you in the next 15 minutes or so. Not only will the fuel bay close, but the entirety of the pit lane will close in just over 15 minutes time. So we've got 15 minutes and we are waiting for how many teams? 1, 2, only 3 teams. We actually have had a lot more second pit stops than I thought. We're waiting on 3 more teams. Well, actually, no, we're waiting on 2 more teams to give us their second pit stop, that being 207 Orange G Racing and MPS Performance. And we're waiting on a pit stop at all from Project D. They've still got 2 to do. So 4 more pit stops that we'll be expecting over the next 30 minutes or so. It had changed over those second pit stops. Apologies that I hadn't noticed that. That is poor from me. My apologies. GKD Racing in those second stops have jumped Purple Racing 5. So the effective race lead here has changed. GKD Racing, your defending champions, did make it past on that second round of pit stops that we saw a few minutes ago. Apologies that I missed that at the time. And they've gone 6 seconds clear of Purple Racing 5. Issue for GKD Racing is they've just popped in their personal best lap of the race of 47.826. What a lap that is. But issue for them, Purple Racing 5 just set the fastest lap of the race only 2 laps ago of 47.666. Amazing pace from these two at the sharp end. There's 6 seconds between them here with 30 minutes left to go. Consistent, quicker pace here from Purple Racing 5 is the only thing that will get them back in amongst the battle for the race lead. But I say the only thing, that and some potential luck with GKD Racing getting past back markers. We'll wait and see how that all plays out through the rest of this race. There is Purple Racing getting the move done on 207 Orange Tree Racing. Making their way through on circuit. Gap staying about the same, just over 6 seconds between GKD and Purple Racing. I will keep you up to date with that gap as best as I can as we head down towards 30 minutes left to go in this one. 3/4 of the first race of the day almost done and dusted. Let's run you through the order then. Project D are still in the lead of this race. And they are well clear because they haven't given us a pit stop yet. They lead, but where will they be once we see them into the pit lane? Second place, and what I believe to be your effective race leaders, GKD, there in kart number 1, followed by Purple Racing 5, then MPS Performance. It's been a great next couple of round of pit stops. I say that's because they are one of the teams that still owes us a pit stop, so that makes sense why they're sitting so pretty there in 4th place. They will be losing a bit of time. We'll see where they end up comparatively to the rest of the pro kart You join me here. First race we did. I say, significantly soggy, lots of standing water, really fun to commentate over, but I'm sure a bit more difficult to drive out there for the drivers braving the conditions. If you're here, I hope you're enjoying it. Watch from home if you haven't been a free time. Well then, we are ticking below. We have ticked below. 25 minutes left to go in this race. That means less than 10 minutes until that pit lane closes, ladies and gentlemen. So just be keeping that in mind if you're still planning your pit stop strategy. I think a lot of drivers will be leaving this to the end, but of course you've got to think as well, if you're waiting for that fuel bait, you don't want to be coming in a little bit or becoming an after another driver. You end up waiting at the fuel bait, losing loads of time. But equally, if you then keep holding out, trying to wait for that space, you might go past the pit lane close, and then suddenly, that's all gone very wrong. So there's a lot to be worked out here over these last 10 minutes of open pit lane. We'll wait and see how that changes things up. Like we say, we're still waiting on 207 Orange Tree Racing. We are still waiting on 2 from Project D and 1 from MPS Performance. Let's see when they decide to come into the pits. There was Purple Racing, again, going through that huge puddle on the inside apex curb there of the penultimate corner. Still very, very soggy there, clearly, as they get splashed by the monstrous puddle. And through they continue on nonetheless. They've been doing some really good times. That gap has been remaining similar. It was down to about 4 seconds. I looked a moment ago. It's bounced back up now to 5 seconds. It looked as though is going to be the effective race win in this one once all is said and done. That might just be slipping through our fingers as a potential here in overall race standings. We'll keep an eye slightly on the last lap, a couple tenths gained on that last one from Purple Racing. But again, time continuing to tick down, opportunities dwindling for Purple Racing to try and convert that pole position to a race win here in race number 1. And this is their best time to do it, really. Because, of course, for the random good for race 2, unfortunately for them, they were picked down in 13th place for race number 2. That's going to be a bit more of a challenging one for themselves to get right. A little bit more action now going on down in pit lane. A couple of drivers with the helmets on, which leads me to believe we're expecting a few more drivers into pit lane in a few moments' time. Still waiting for that pit stop from your race leader, and I think that's them in. I think that's Project D into pit lane then for their first pit stop. I think they pulled the trigger and they're going for it here with 21.5 minutes left to go on the clock. That is nearly 1 hour and 40 minutes straight in a pro kart. That is ridiculous from the driver behind the wheel of the number 86. And yes, confirmed, it is Project D into pit lane. Right there, your race leaders in for their first stop of the race, and they chuck fuel on board for the first stop. Okay, I thought they might do that for the second one, but no, they are going to go fuel on the first time around. Maybe potentially it'll be driver change. They'll go out and do a lap or two and then come straight in for a run around and jump back in, and then that'll be 2 pit stops logged for themselves. Question is, how is this going to change up the gaps then with GKD and Purple Racing as well? That gap, like we say, just below 5 seconds now, but it's remaining pretty similar here. Still, not lost total hope for a potential battle for the race win, but GKD have one hand on the trophy at the moment. Another driver diving to pit lane. Well, it's not MPS Performance, which leads me to believe it's 207 Orange Tree Racing, and it is. They lose 7th place to Alessia. They now lose 8th place to 36 Motorsport. They're going to be in a battle, really, with Going Bananas and DR Autos here for what will be 4th and 5th place in the Pro class. They come into the fuel bay as well. So let's mark them down then. 207, second pit stop of the race done for them. So now it's just MPS Performance and Project D that we wait to come in for their second and final stops of this race. Pit lane closes in 5 minutes time. This is your 5-minute warning for pit lane closing. Another driver dives into pit lane then. And of course, don't forget, it's closed from 15 minutes to go in this one, and it doesn't open until 15 minutes in to race number 2. And then again, at the end of race number 2, that pit lane will close with 15 minutes to go yet again. There's 207 down to the end of pit lane. And this, I think, is Project D. Yes, it is. So Project D straight in for that second stop, as we imagined they would. Project D in for stop number 2. Is that... it's the driver. I think the driver who did the first 1 hour and 40 minutes has just got back in. Has he really? That is insane if that driver's just jumped back in. Fair enough. Fair enough if they have. Well, they've just come out in 3rd place then. 17 seconds off of your race leader for Project D. They re-emerge in 3rd place. That was really, I think, the best they could have hoped for there from that strategy and the pace that they've been putting in throughout this race. A good strategy that seems to have worked quite well. I do think that is the driver who did that whole first stint back into the car again to finish this one off. My goodness, fair play to that driver. I think my arms would have fallen off by this point, but getting back out there, 17 seconds off the race leader, but a good, 25 seconds ahead of Alessia Prime, who will inherit 4th place overall once MPS Performance dive into the pits for their final stop, and what will be the final stop, or the final planned stop of this race entirely. And there they go. MPS Performance dive in to pit lane, and that, I believe, is all pit stops completed here for race 1 of the Rye House Pro Karting Series Winter Cup in 2026. Gap has closed a little bit between GKD Racing and Purple Racing. It's down to 4.3 seconds. I will keep my eye on that gap, and we shall see if that comes down any further. New fastest lap of the race from Purple Racing, a 47.483. They've just taken 6.5 tenths out of GKD's lead on that last lap alone. That is massive for Purple Racing. That is exactly what they need here over this last 15 minutes of action to have a chance here of chasing down your race leaders. And there was Project D siding around the outside of Regis Elbow there on DR Autos. That was a nice move there as they picked their way through the traffic. MPS Performance getting that pit stop done. I think they're just about to leave pit lane, just out of my viewpoint. As there they go. They come under the gantry. They rejoin in 8th place, and that'll be 3rd place overall. Oh, sorry, 3rd place in class, I should say, sorry, for MPS Performance. 8th place overall, they rejoin in 3rd in class. About 12.5 seconds behind 36 Motorsport in 2nd place, though. So I think that's to bring that one home to the flag there for MPS in 3rd place. A good performance from them so far in this race. But there we go then. I do believe all pit stops done and dusted here. And now we turn our attention to kart number 1 and kart number 5. Whereabouts are they? I think they're in this big pack. Yes, they are in this big pack heading down into the final couple of corners. Crucially for GKD Racing, they have already cleared this pack. This is what is going to decide the race here, ladies and gentlemen. How quickly can Purple Racing 5 pick their way through this traffic? This is the opportunity for DKD to scamper off here. And Purple Racing really need to seize to open up here for them to find a way through. They do side it down the inside there of Bad Racing. So they picked off one driver at the first corner. That was Camtech. Then they get past Bad Racing down into hairpin number 1. And now they're in the wheel tracks of MPS Performance, heading down into Pylon. But GKD, even on this one lap of clear air, you can see the gap that they've made up. Purple Racing, can they pick their way through? Yes, a little bit aggressive on the exit, but they needed to do that, and they found a way through. Nicely done from the driver of Purple Racing, and he knows, he can see GKD. He's in touching distance of the driver he's battling with for the lead of the race here. They come across the line with 15 minutes left to go, and the gap is 2.5 seconds between your two race leaders. Could it be much closer than this after 2 hours of racing, and there is 2 seconds separating GKD and Purple Racing? Wow, this can't get much closer than this, ladies and gentlemen. Now they're both in clear air. What's the pace going to look like? We've seen that gap extend to about 5, drop to 2 before, and then extend again. Will that happen here? Now they're both in clear air. Let's see what the pace is looking like between these two over this first lap of them both being in clear air. When Purple Racing was stuck in the pack, the gap was 2.6 seconds. It stayed at 2.6 seconds, nearly identical lap times on the last lap. Crucially though, that was GKD Racing's personal best lap of the entire race on the last lap, and Purple Racing nearly matched it, and they were 3/10 off of their personal best in this one. But the issue is one thing chasing down a driver, getting past is a whole nother thing in and of itself. So let's get over the first hurdle first for Purple Racing. Can they get back on to the rear bumper of GKD Racing? Like we say, Project D still lapping well. They're about 20 seconds now off of your race leaders. Then a further 20 seconds, then back to Alessia Prime in 4th place. Oh, there's been a change. There's been a change at the front of Pro. That's changed on the last lap. 36 Motorsport have got past Alessia for the lead in the Pro class. So that has changed around, as you can see on the gantry as well. Pit lane is closed. That closed about a minute or so ago. So pit lane's closed, and it's closed for the next 30 minutes of racing action. The next 15 minutes of this one, and the first 15 minutes of the next race. Oh, I think that's a penalty that's just come up for Project Door Fitters. An ABC for Project Door Fitters has just come up on my live timing. Now, I can't tell you how that affects things. It doesn't say on my live timing, but it doesn't say warning. It just says ABC for Project Door Fitters. Now, they are a lap ahead of their closest rivals in bad racing, I do think. So even if it's a time penalty, it shouldn't affect them, I don't think. But again, don't shoot the messenger. Simply reading out what I can see on my screen here, and we'll see after the race is said and done how that does affect things, if it does affect things. 30 seconds is the difference between Door Fitters and bad racing. So even with a good 5-10 second penalty there, still shouldn't affect them. But I will update you as and when I hear anything further. We close in towards 10 minutes left to go then, and that gap between GKD and Purple Racing still at around 2 seconds. 2/10 gain on the last lap again by Purple Racing. But even at that pace differential, I'm not sure if that's quite going to be enough here. As I look out for them around the lap, there's Alessia Prime heading down into hairpin number 1. They've only just begun the lap. Here they are. GKD down into hairpin number 1. Purple Racing following in suit. And again, that gap nearly identical. GKD are pulling their finger out at the end of this one. Another personal best lap from GKD Racing. But again, even on that last lap, that personal best lap of the race from GKD, Purple Racing was still faster than them. It was only by 0.06 of a second, but they were still quicker. Now, are GKD just about going to do enough to keep them at arm's length here over the last 10 minutes? Or will we see Purple Racing nibble away at that gap and give themselves an opportunity to steal away the race win? Well, they're going about it as they need to be. New fastest lap of the race from Purple Racing. They can smell that race win. It's within touching distance, and they are going for it. Purple Racing 5, now down to 1.7 seconds, the gap here between your two race leaders. Well, across the line they go. They start lap number 134 of this race, and it is another fastest lap of the race so far from Purple Racing 5. Wow, a 47.425 for Purple Racing, and the gap between your two race leaders drops to 1 second. We have 9.5 minutes still left to go on the clock, and slowly but surely, Purple Racing are reeling in your defending champions of GKD Racing. Are they laying down the marker here for the season? Saying, look, we know you've got that number 1 on the cart. That doesn't mean anything. We are coming to get you this season, and we want that number 1 on our cart for 2027. Of course, the points from today not going towards that regular championship season later on. But still, just puts you in their minds, doesn't it, for the rest of the season? They know what you can do once you pull that out of the bag. Again, less than a second between these two at the sharp end now. It was a couple of tenths gain yet again from Purple Racing on that last lap. And we now tick down to just under 8.5 minutes left to go in this race. Interesting to see the difference in lines there out of Pylon and through Complex Nouvelle between our two race leaders. And who are they chasing down? Oh, it's Alessia Prime in 4th place. Alessia Prime in 4th place here could be the deciding factor as to who wins this race. GKD Racing and Purple Racing are both closing up to the rear bumper here of Alessia Prime. But of course, they're going to be pretty close on pace here with Alessia Prime. Now, will the car number 42 make this difficult here for GKD Racing? Or will they simply point them past? That could decide how this battle for the lead starts. It could potentially decide how it ends as well. I think there might be some people running down the pit lane here, wanting to tell team manager Alessia Prime to wave us through, please. Please don't battle us. Here's 20 quid. Right then, down through into Stadium Bend once more then for our race leaders, and they are almost nose to tail, ladies and gentlemen. 0.4 of a second separating GKD and Purple Racing. Late on the brakes into hairpin number 1 for Purple Racing, all over the rear bumper of GKD Racing. I don't remember a finish quite as exciting as this in the Rye House Pro Karting Series in a little while. I mean, we get so many of them in Rye House, it's difficult to distinguish between them. There's so many exciting finishes for all sorts of reasons over RHPK. But this fight has been mega throughout the race. I haven't been able to call it, and this is it. 6.5 minutes left to go on the clock. And again, leaders nose to tail as they head on to lap number 138. 1/4 of a second now separating Kart 1 and Kart 5. They're on the back of Alessia Prime, and they're now catching 4 more back markers. Oh, late on the brakes there from GKD. Really late on the brakes there. Got close to the back of Alessia Prime. Will Purple Racing think about it? They do. They go for it down the inside. There's contact and round. Round goes Purple Racing 5. A late move to the inside. GKD not happy about that one at all. It was opportunistic there to take that inside line for Purple Racing. Was it too opportunistic though? They spin round. They managed to get underway pretty quickly after all of that. So fair play to the driver of Purple Racing, but he's got it all to do again. And you see there the wag of the finger there from GKD Racing, not happy with that attempt. And Purple Racing get themselves a warning for that one, a little slap on the knuckles for the driver of Purple Racing, that there's still 5.5 minutes to go, and there's still only 9/10 between these two. GKD still need to pick their way through this group, and its drivers battling. Not quite for position. It's Alessia. Oh my goodness, they're almost 3 wide on the corner exit. It's I was going to say 40. It is. They've only got a 4 on the side. Cheers for that, Alessia. It is Alessia and 207 Orange Tree Racing behind them, and then it is The 21, which has the wrong colour. Yep, that's Project Dorfit, is in 12. So none of these three battling for position. Same with Alessia Prime involved in this as well. Nothing for position. The only battle for position here is between our two leaders. And look at that, immediately from 9/10 down to 6/10 of a second yet again here between GKD and Purple Racing. Right, how does GKD find their way through here? Straight down the inside of Alessia Prime. Aggressive stuff. Aggressive move, and he makes it through. Trying to follow through a Purple Racing. They're going to look to find a way around the outside here, and they're given the opportunity there by Alessia Prime. Nose to tail again as they find their way through the back markers, and here come the leaders now. They dispatch of Project Doorfitters as they fan their way through down into Pylon once again. Pressure being applied by Purple Racing. Might get stuck here behind 207, not quite. They remain nose to tail. This is going to be key here, how they deal with 207. Getting the up and under. Will 207 notice them though? Down the front straight, they will go side by side, and I think they've just about got the overlap down into Stadium Bend. GKD dispatch of 207. Orange Tree Racing following through and up the inside, nearly contact again between your two race leaders. Aggressive move from Purple Racing again. They know that they can find the openings, but they can't quite get the move signed, sealed, and delivered, and there's just under 4 minutes left to go on the clock. Once again, a bit of fresh air for GKD. They'll be happy to see that out ahead of them. But will it come to fruition for them this time around? This is nail-biting stuff with 3.5 minutes to go. And what if I tell you we're going to do this all again in a few minutes? We're going to have another 2 hours on the clock to do it again. But let's focus on this for now. On to lap number 141 we go. And there's the move into Stadium Bend. Down the inside goes Purple Racing. Can they get the move done to the exit? No, back up the inside on the exit. Goes GKD. Lovely re-overtake. Switch back though. Down the inside into hairpin 1 goes Purple Racing. Tries to close them to the apex, does GKD, but they can't quite do it. Move done for Purple Racing, and they defend down into hairpin number 2. It's going to be an up and under attempt for GKD, but that's closed off by Purple Racing 5. Move is done, and Purple Racing take the lead with 3 minutes left to go on the clock. I think you'd say from outright pace here, Purple Racing should get away. This has to be an immediate re-attempt for the pass here from GKD if they want this race win. This could be crucial though. They're back onto the back of 2 more back markers, and it's Alessia and DR Autos. DR Autos in 10th, Alessia are in 7th. And now our 2 leaders are onto the back of them. How aggressive are Purple Racing going to be here to find a way past? They check over the shoulder into hairpin number 1. They know they've got about a cart length's room between themselves and GKD at the moment. How aggressive will they be, though? This could decide it, though. They've already got a warning. Don't forget even, if they do something silly here and get themselves another warning, there could be potential penalties on offer. And that could really throw the cat amongst the pigeons. We don't want to end it like that. We want to end it with exciting racing on circuit. They're struggling to find a way through. They get waved past, but GKD don't. They dive for the inside line, and they just about find a way through as well on DR Autos. And once again, we are nose to tail between our 2 race leaders. Less than half a second between the 2 of them, as we've got just over 1.5 minutes left to go on the clock. And who is it now right in front of them? It is Alessia. GKD really need a bit of luck here. They need for Alessia to somehow get in the way here of Purple Racing. They are close, but they're not close enough to go for a dive bomb just yet. They need a couple of tenths to be found here to open up the opportunity. 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go. I think we'll be going on to the penultimate lap of the race this time around, if I'm not mistaken. Round the final corner they come, up and under. Attempt from Purple Racing. They can't get the overlap though. That's crucial. Will they get it down into the first corner? They do. They dive for the inside line into Stadium Bend. And if it's a repeat of their move on GKD, they should have it done. Yes, but GKD are up the inside. Side by side on the exit. Just about gets the power down, does Purple Racing. And they hold the lead for now. Crucially, though, GKD following them through on Alessia. And they are back within a chance of the race win here. But sadly for them, they've got no one ahead to assist anymore. All Purple Racing need to do here is hit their markers, remain consistent, and they've got the win here in race number 1 of the Rye House Pro Karting Series Winter Cup. It doesn't get much closer than this, ladies and gentlemen. Round the final corner with 20 seconds left to go. It's got to be last lap on the gantry, surely. for this one. I'm staring at the gantry waiting for it. Yes, there we go. Last lap board. This is it. 950 more meters of racing here to decide your victor in race number 1 here of the Winter Cup. And I think looking at the gap that has been made there at the end of the last lap, barring a mistake here from Purple Racing, they should have this one sorted. But my goodness, they've had to work for this race win, haven't they? GKD, they said they loved a race start from 5th place. And it seemed for a lot of that one that was going to work out for them again. They were going to go from 5th to 1st and show why they have that number 1 on the side of their kart. But in the dying moments, Purple Racing came alive. Fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap. They got the move done the second time of asking. They were around the final corner, and Purple Racing will win the first race of the day here at the Riot House Pro Karting Series Winter Cup. And what a race that was, winning by 1.3 seconds ahead of GKD Racing. And finally, I could take a breath here in the commentary box. My goodness, what a race that was. And like I say, we've only got about 15 minutes to wait, and we're going to do it all again. Amazing. Right. Wow. Purple Racing take the win. GKD Racing in 2nd place, and Project D with quite the strategy, I think we'll agree in that one. Finishing up 3rd place overall. A good race from them. Alessia Prime and Camtech round out the top 5 with 36 Motorsport in 6th place. They are your pro class victors, followed by Alessia, MPS Performance, your top 3 there in the pros, followed by Going Bananas and DR Autos and 207 Orange Tea Racing, and then your 3 in Clubman's. Project Dorfitters take the win, and a Bad Racing, Slippery Bananas, and then Monkey, of course, a DNF in that one, sadly for them. Wow, what a race that was, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness. Take a quick breather. You're not going to have very long before we get this underway yet again. We've got 2 more hours of racing still to come. Race number 2 is coming up in about 10 or 15 minutes time. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and once again, a warm welcome back to the Rye House Kart Raceway. It's only been a brief, momentary break for us here for the RHPK Winter Cup, and we're almost set to get 2 more hours of racing action under our belt here for race number 2. Well, if race 1 is anything to go by, this is going to be an exciting next 120 minutes of action. Once again, everything reset. 2 pit stops for each team to do throughout the next 2 hours of racing. So again, all that tactics to play as well. But in this one, of course, you can't be doing that first lap strategy we had in race number 1. Pit lane is closed for the first 15 minutes of this race. It'll then open all the way through until the last 15 minutes of the race. It'll close again, and then we'll hopefully get more battles for the lead through until the checkered flag. What an amazing end to the race it was in race number 1. And like I say, we're about ready to do it all again. Once again, hello to everyone watching on the live stream on the Rye House YouTube channel. Don't forget, guys, if you're watching here today but you want to relive any of the action or look back at any moments or see what I said about you at any point in the stream, it's always lovely, I promise you. You can go back and have a watch of that at your leisure. It should be there forever, barring global catastrophes. Less about politics, though. We're here for racing. Let's get in and amongst it then. 2 hours on the clock once more. And of course, for race number 1, that grid was determined by qualifying earlier on. This one determined by me randomly picking names out of a hat. So thank you to Project Door Fitters for that 20 quid earlier. I appreciate it. They line up on pole position for this race. That was a joke, by the way, in case anyone thinks otherwise. Project Door Fitters lining up on pole position. It's GKD Racing, second in race number 1. Your reigning champions start on the front row. Camtech and DR Autos are on row 2, with Slippery Banana and 207 Orange Tea Racing on row number 3. The 2 Alessia sister teams, Alessia and Alessia Prime on row number 4. Then it's Project D and Going Bananas rounding up the top 10 on row number 5. Row 6 has 36 Motorsport and Bad Racing. Then it's Purple Racing 5, MPS Performance and Monkey Monkey rounding out the grid. 15 drivers once again heading out for the race start. Sadly, looks as though we might have already lost 1 or 2 for the fray. Potentially Monkey Monkey not making it to the race start after those issues in race number 1. Now, will we get this race underway first time of asking then, or will we have to go round again? Red lights are on. Do we go green? Yes, we do. We're racing again here at Rye House. Race 2 is underway for the Rye House Pro Karting Series Winter Cup. Drivers diving down into the first couple of corners. Who will lead on the exit? It's a late move to the inside from Camtech. Camtech trying it round the outside, but the 21 of Project Door Fitters holds onto it. GKD down the inside of 1, down the inside of 2 at the first hairpin, and GKD move to the lead of the race. Camtech follow them through into second place, and it all checks up behind them. That's Purple Racing down the inside of DR Autos. They're going to shuffle them all the way to the barrier, and we're 3 wide down into pylon. That can only end badly. How are they all still facing in the right direction there? 3 wide into pylon. I've never seen that before, but I could tick that one off the list in 2026. They all make it through, and GKD from a front row start, as you might expect, take the lead after lap number 1. It's Camtech in second, Project D in third, Purple Racing in fourth, and Project Door Fitters rounding out the top 5. Now, this is the opportunity for GKD here to scamper off early in this one. He knows a lot of the challenges to his race win in this one. A little bit further back at the start of this one. Got to get into the metronome quickly, start hooking up those hot laps and building a nice gap at the front. Battle still going on in the mid-pack. 207 Orange Tea Racing trying it up the inside there of the number 40, I believe that is, of Alessia. Couldn't quite get it done. We've got Bad Racing going side by side with Hayden in the number 11 of Going Bananas. He gets the move done, though. Going Bananas through on Bad Racing. They get up into the top 10. Looks as though, sadly, we're missing 2 karts off the start in this one. We're down from 15 in the first race to 13 here in race number 2. A shame. But these things happen. Mechanical Gremlins will come in as, whoa, Purple Racing, aggressive to the inside line there at the exit of Stadium Bend. They couldn't get the move done, and they stay in 4th place for now. Aggressive chop over to defend there from Project D. They stay in the top 3, but for how much longer? In the battles in behind, it's still Lessia at the front of that train, isn't it? Yes, it is. 36 Motorsport with 207 Orange Street. Tried it up the inside. They've got a nice exit, but they'll still be on that outside line. Down into Pylon. Who will be the bravest? It is 36 Motorsport with that inside line, holding on to it. There's no point in trying round the outside at Pylon in the first couple of laps. We'll tell that to the three ahead that we saw on lap number 1. 207 have to sit in behind once more. They're looking feisty, though, on this opening stint of the race. What's the gap already then for GKD? It's nearly 1.5 seconds after only 2 laps of racing. Purple Racing going for it down the inside into hairpin number 1. Late on the brakes. Up and under, though. Beautifully done there from the Project D kart. Read that perfectly and immediately retakes third place. Purple Racing cannot afford to be losing this kind of time early in this race. They already find themselves about 2.5 seconds off the back of GKD. Of course, we know how quickly a gap can be closed by Purple Racing. We saw that in race number 1. But if they want a shot at this race win, they need to find their way through on Camtech and Project D as soon as possible. Project Dorfit is having a really good start to this one from pole, of course. Down to P5 at the moment, but still a very impressive job so far in these opening few minutes. From the highest place Clubman kart, this could be an attempt again here. It is, but it's closed. Oh, almost into the back there of Project D. That time he's got the braking weighted perfectly. Gets the move done down the inside. Nice move there from Purple Racing. A bit of a half-hearted attempt at the re-overtake there at hairpin 2 from Project D. I think has to know when he's been beaten there with that move and sit in behind and try and work together here with Purple Racing, because if their pace from race 1 is anything to go by, they're a good kart to be sitting behind. They really are a good kart to be working together with, as now both of them will look to chase down Camtech. Behind, like we say, it's Project Doorfitters, and DR Autos have had a nice start to this one from 4th on the grid. They've dropped down to 6 early on in this one, but they are still leading the pro class at the moment. Alessia Prime. Have I not spotted an early pit stop for Alessia Prime? Oh, no, Alessia Prime have just joined the race. So that's another kart that we were missing. What a shame. I knew we were missing Monkey Monkey. I knew there was another kart outstanding, and what a shame. It's Alessia Prime. So they joined the race, but they joined the race 6 laps down. That is going to be a very difficult margin to try and get over. What a shame for Alessia Prime, missing the race start this time around. They've got a lot of work to do in this one. A look at Purple Racing already breaking free of Project D, and they are already onto the back of Camtech. As Purple Racing, there you go, 47.7. Fastest lap of the race, already down into the 47s. They have their eyes on the prize today, and that is 2 race wins from 2. I don't think they'll be accepting anything less than that here today at the Rye House Pro Karting Series Winter Cup. I hope you're all thoroughly enjoying the coverage of the action from here today. It's been some great racing. This has been awesome. If we can carry this on into the rest of the season, drivers, I would love it. If it could be like this at every round here at RHPK, I'd be getting here like 5 hours early. I'll just be so excited. Right then, I think it's a case of when, not if here with Purple Racing getting this move done. Checks over the shoulder as the driver of the number 50 Camtech machine. Like I say, I think it's when, not if here for this move. Purple Racing loved the move into Stadium, and they've done it again. I had a feeling they might, and they go for it down into Stadium Bend. They love that inside chop to then close off the re-overtaking opportunity out of Stadium and through Reg's elbow. They get it done. Up into second place then go Purple Racing, and they look to chase down your race leaders and defending champions of GKD. So yet again on the last lap, well, before the lap before this one that just finished, Purple Racing, another fastest lap of the race. Oh dear, I've just seen a mechanical flag has come through for 207 Orange Tree Racing. Mechanical flag for 207 Orange Tree Racing. The Nassau top mount is the note on my live timing. So clearly, Nassau panel coming free for 207 Orange Tree Racing, and they've been called to pit lane early here for a black flag. That is potentially race scuppering in the first 10 minutes for 207 Orange Tree Racing. That is gutting for them. Currently sitting 4th place in the Pro class. And that's going to drop them down the order. It's going to be an uphill battle for them through the rest of this one as jumping over the Verstoppers on the outside of the final corner there were your race leaders of GKD Racing. Maybe feeling the pressure ever so slightly here. And now we'll see how they're able to deal with this mechanical issue. Like we say, shouldn't be too much of a difficult fix to get sorted, but it will lose them quite a bit of time here. And like we say, an uphill battle from them. We'll see how that continues on. Right then, only a second now between your two race leaders as we head through onto another lap of proceedings. Nearly 10 minutes already under our belts here in race number 2. And fair play to Camtech. Camtech are going with Purple Racing here. They're a couple of tenths a lap off of Purple Racing's pace, but they are going with them. And if there's a bit of a scuffle here between GKD and Purple Racing, Camtech could be right in the mix as well. They're very much keeping within touching distance of that potential lead battle here. So let's see how this one sorts itself out. Of course, that answers my question anyway. Of course, no pit stops until 15 minutes into the race. So even if a mechanical was allowed as pit stop, which it isn't, it wouldn't matter anyway because it's in the first 15 minutes. Pit lane is still officially closed, remember, until early on in the race. Within the first lap or so, there was a warning for Project D as well. So already getting a warning under their belt on the first lap of the race. So they're going to be stepping on eggshells for the rest of proceedings to try and make sure they don't get another warning and potentially get themselves a penalty later on in this one. Never how we like to see things decided. We want to see it decided out on tracks. Out on the track with elbows sharpened and ready to do battle. A commitment under braking from Purple Racing is very impressive. Under brakes there into hairpin number 1. From where I'm standing at least, it looks as though they can confidently go a little bit later on the brakes every single lap than GKD. And again, that is one of the reasons anyway that's allowing them to catch them so quickly. We've had a bit of I think that was just a half spin there for potentially Alessia, was it? Yes, it was, yeah, down at hairpin number 1. Well, they came off at a very odd angle, which lead me to believe that there was a little half spin there. But either way, they get going once more. Don't believe they lost any positions out of that, but I'll keep my eye out. They have dropped behind going bananas. So yeah, there was a spin then for Alessia. So Alessia dropped down from 8th and 3rd in class to 9th and 4th in class. So they drop off of the podium courtesy of that spin. Left to go though. I'm not going to be counting things like that too hard just yet. But Hayden Rounce having a good first stint here for team number 11, putting in some really good pace for going bananas and getting them straight onto the podium as it stands, in class anyway, of course. But here we go then. We've waited a few laps for this. Purple Racing are on to the rear bumper of GKD. 3.5 tenths separates the two karts out in front. And at the moment anyway, no karts really around them. They're a few corners away from Alessia Prime and at the 12 of Slippery Bananas. Let's see how they play this one. Will Purple Racing dive to the inside at the first possible opportunity, or will there be a bit more methodicalness in their plans through the first one? I mean, realistically, if they feel like they're faster, they need to get past ASAP and try and build that gap. And the question really is, well, do GKD defend? Because ultimately, they're keeping in the lead of the race and they're making sure that the other driver can't get past and drive away and make it even more difficult for them. But the negative of that is you're then slowing both of you down. More drivers will be coming into the fray behind you, and they could do a totally different pit stop strategy and somehow jump you in the pits, gain a bit of time from that, and then you've got a different race to run altogether. So many potential opportunities in these opening parts of the race for how things will then later continue to play out. And as well, we're starting to lose a little bit of light here at Hoddesdon. Sun just starting to go down now. What is it? Nearly 4 o'clock. So I think we can expect, I think sunset was at about 5 p.m. So I think we can expect light to be dwindling by the mid part of this race. And by the last 15-20 minutes, I think it's going to be totally pitch black out there. But of course, we've got the lovely floodlights here at Rye House that'll be flicked on. And don't forget, I think it goes without saying, if you're going to be out in a time where the floodlights come on, you need to have a clear visor on. I imagine the rules carry over from last year. If you're out when the floodlights come on and you have a tinted visor on, at least I recall from last year, it's an instant black flag to come in and get your visor changed. So just make sure you're aware of that as well. So all these little things that can become quite a big thing if things aren't thought about and planned. So just keep that in your mind as well through the rest of this race. Still GKD leading this race though. Purple Racing breathing down their neck. DR Autos in 5th place leading the Pro class, and Project Door Fitters in 6th place overall leading the Clubman class. Camtech still staying within touching distance, about 2 seconds between themselves and GKD and Purple Racing ahead. And now they are starting to catch, quite considerably catch, at the 12 of Slippery Banana. The first back marker that these two have come across in this race anyway, even though we're basically watching a carbon copy of the last 15 minutes of race number 1 at the moment. How simply can they pick their way through on Slippery Bananas here? Or will they be a bit of a cork in the bottle? They're stuck behind them, going through Complex Duvel. They managed to force their way alongside, and room is given there by Slippery Banana. And I think they've just about, spotted Purple Racing at the final corner too. They dive on through, and both drivers making it look pretty simple. That overtake there to press on through, and yet again, they've got a lot of clear air to enjoy out there, at least for the next 10 or 15 minutes or so. Saying that, we've passed the 15-minute threshold, so the pit lane is now open. So pit window has opened. It will be open for another 1.5 hours. Of course, with 15 minutes left to go in the race, it will close once again, and we'll get a proper picture of what the running order is looking like. So now, pit lane open. Let's see when teams decide to go for this, as to whether maybe we see an early stop from the likes of Purple Racing 5. Maybe might feel that they're not quite getting what they could get in fresh air. Issue with pitting early, though, is you don't know where you're going to come out of the pits is the issue. You might end up right behind a big bit of traffic, and suddenly it's actually been a poor decision to pit that early on. You just never quite know, and that's where the strategists come into their own in this one. Get your smartest person on the team on that one. Try and crunch the numbers and see what they can do. At the moment, Purple Racing 5, I was going to say working together. They've got the up and under, though, on the exit. We're going to be side by side down into pylon for the first time in this race. Trying to hang it around the outside. Trying their best there with Purple Racing. But just about letting off the throttle enough there. GKD scythe out wide and block the position. But there's a late move to the inside from Purple Racing at the final corner. Aggressive stuff from Purple Racing. They nick the lead away at the end of lap number 21 of this race. Now, will this battle ensue now, or will they begin to work together again? At the moment, they're nose to tail. Trying to watch the body language of GKD here. A bit of a defence there from Purple Racing 5. I think not quite feeling relaxed that they can work together here with GKD. I think understandably so. But GKD, not looking to fight. Happy to sit in behind. And again, even that little bit of time lost there for Purple Racing and GKD Racing has brought Camtech right back into the mix again. Was about 2 seconds the gap between these two and Camtech, and now about half a second separating all three of these drivers. But like we say, Purple Racing now given that breathing room, given that fresh air ahead of them. We saw their pace at the end of race number 1, and it was magnificent. If they can start replicating that pace at the end of race 1 consistently, they're going to be tough to beat here in race number 2. We continue to press on then. An hour and 42 minutes still left to go on the clock. We're nearly 20 minutes into race number 2 here of the Rye House Pro Karting Series Winter Cup in 2026. Of course, if you have enjoyed my commentary from today. I know it's not the usual feedback I get, but if you have actually enjoyed my commentary today, go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram and on TikTok, because I'm down with the kids. I got the TikTok account as well. Not that I'm very good at it, but go and drop me a follow. Keep up to date with my commentary journey. It is kicking off for this season. Already got about 70 events booked. It's looking crazy. Go and drop me a follow. I really appreciate your support. But we keep our eyes on the racing action out on circuit then. And as expected, now that Purple Racing have broken a little bit clear, they are starting to build a gap here and put a nice bit of space in between themselves and GKD. GKD just not quite seemingly able to keep up. Actually, Camtech holding on to their coattails at the moment as well. Then it is Project D, all on their lonesomes there in fourth place at the moment. They've dropped about 5 seconds off of that leading battle, but they've then further got a 5-second gap ahead of the following carts, which is DR Autos and now 36 Motorsports. So 36 have got through on Project Door Fitters over the last couple of laps. And they're now chasing them down. However, 36 Motorsport do still have Slippery Bananas and 207 Orange Tree Racing to get past if he wants a shot at that class win at the moment. Like we say then, pit lane is fully open from now until 15 minutes left to go. Plenty of time to get those strategies done. Still yet to have anyone make their first pit stop of the race. Of course, Alessia Prime, we saw join the race, sadly, 5 laps down on the rest of the traffic. And of course, 207 Orange Tree Racing then getting that mechanical flag and having to come in for an extra stop. So those two dropping down to the back of the order, but sadly not having complete a pit stop yet. So that is not like what we saw in race 1. A couple of teams diving in really early. We couldn't do that in this one. Those teams sadly having to battle through from a little bit further down than they would have liked at the moment. Right then, looks as though we have had our first pit stop of the race. 36 Motorsport pull into pit lane. They were on a charge there, chasing down DR Autos for the class lead, but they pit early in this stint. The first of the pit stops, I believe, we've seen so far in this race, or at least regularly scheduled pit stops. Of course, Orange Tree already coming in for that mechanical flag earlier on, but I've made a note on my sheet of doom. Yes, one pit stop completed then for 36 Motorsport. They're going with that early strategy. Seemed to work for some teams in race number 1. Let's see if it works then for 36 Motorsport. Like we were saying, they pitted from second place in the Pro class. They're looking to hopefully leapfrog. That's what they'll be hoping anyway. DR Autos will be hoping to leapfrog them with that early stop in the race. We're closing down already, I can't believe it, towards a quarter of the race distance completed. An hour and 34 minutes still left to go on the clock. That gap between your two race leaders, slowly but surely extending itself. It's just ticked over 2 seconds now, the gap between Purple Racing and GKD Racing. And GKD Racing still being pressured by Camtech. Down through hairpin number 1 they go once again. Camtech still right on their wheel tracks. I don't think there's any thoughts of a move anytime soon from Camtech, but keeping themselves in with a shot here. Definitely in with a shot of a podium finish here in race number 2. And they will be hoping that maybe it amounts to more of that. But again, that's all going to come down to consistent pace and also come down to how they play that strategy through the race as well. Of course, Camtech 5th place in race number 1. So a cheeky podium in race 2. I think they'll be very happy with that one. But again, it's the two usual suspects that we thought it might be from race number 1 of Purple Racing and GKD Racing. You do have to say, though, fair play to Purple Racing 5, because of course GKD Racing got pretty lucky in my random draw, which I promise you was random. They got pretty lucky and drew second place on the grid. But Purple Racing started all the way down in 13th place. After the first couple of laps, they were already in that squabble for the top 3. Amazing start to the race for Purple Racing 5. I've just spotted Alessia Prime. They're in for their first scheduled stop of the race. Sadly for them, they started 5 laps after the race started in this one. Not 100% sure why. Clearly, something to do with the kart, I think. Issues there that got them out a little bit late. Uphill struggle for the rest of this one, but they're doing a good job of it. First scheduled stop done and dusted then for team number 42. They head back out on circuit, still there in 14th place. But like we were saying, Purple Racing, so impressive. Took the win in race number 1, and it only took them a couple of laps to pick their way through the order off of that race start. Kept out of trouble, got those moves done and dusted, and immediately were into the fight with GKD and Camtech. They made their way through, and they continue to build that gap. Now over 2.5 seconds between themselves and GKD. Well, after that lap, another fastest lap of the race for Purple Racing. That gap's now up to almost 3 seconds between team number 5 and team number 1. Down into the 47.4s now for Purple Racing. We did see them get down into the 47 dead in race number 1. But of course, lights dwindling. We're going towards the evening now, really. Temperature's going to be dropping. I don't think those tyres are going to be finding any more grip out there. I think we'll struggle to see 47 zeros in this one. But hey, you never know. Drivers ridiculously talented out here in the House Pro Karting Series grid. You just never know. We'll wait and see. Time's continuing to tumble, though, because it was a new personal best on lap 35 from GKD, new fastest lap of the race on lap 36 from Purple Racing. So both teams continuing to improve and getting faster and faster consistently. All of the top 3, all consistently in the 47.7s, 47.8s. And to be fair, Project D on that pace as well. 47.7 for them, new personal best on the last lap of the race. But at the moment, they're about 10 seconds off of that battle for the podium places. Well, there we go then. We're just about to tick below 1.5 hours left to go in this second race of the day here at the Rye House Pro Karting Series Winter Cup. Let's run you through the current order. Purple Racing still in the lead of this race then. 3 seconds clear at the moment of GKD Racing. Camtech rounding out the top 3, followed by Project D in 4th place. DR Autos, currently your leaders in the Pro class, having a much better run of it so far in this one than they had in race 1. A little bit off the pace comparatively to their Pro class competitors. But as I said, understandably so. They've just jumped up from Clubman to Pro. They were the Clubman champion in 2025. They've bumped up to Pro. And here in race number 2, they're continuing to hold on to the lead in Pro. This could be a very impressive first performance in the Pro classification here for DR Auto. 6th place is going bananas. A good run from Hayden Rounce in that number 11 car, driving through the order. From 10th place on the grid, that one up to 6th at the moment. Project Doorfitters from pole, they've dropped down to P7, still holding on to the Clubman class lead though, and doing a good job of some consistent pace out there in the kart number 21. Alessia following behind, then Bad Racing and MPS Performance rounding up the top 10. They're then followed by 36 Motorsport, Slippery Bananas, 207 Orange Tree Racing, and Alessia Prime rounding out the order at the moment of 14 karts. At the moment, anyway, I think it's just 36 Motorsport and Alessia Prime that we've had the first round of regular pit stops from, but I will keep my eyes peeled for more of those through the next 30 minutes of action. And just as I say that, the floodlights have come on here at the Rye House Kart Raceway. Light dwindling, as I mentioned. So now, I think there might be a bit of leeway, to be fair, because the lights have come on. I know there are still some drivers out there with tinted visors. I think, anyway, I'm going to have another check of that, but I do think there are still some out there with tinted visors. For the next stint, I think it's going to be a case of drivers need to have those clear visors on. So another thing, like I said earlier, just to keep your mind off. Just to keep your mind off. It's those little things. You think about the big picture, you think about the strategy, and then somehow you forget to do your helmet up. It is that kind of thing that always happens. You're thinking about the big picture so much, you don't think of those little things, and that's what gets you. And make sure you got the basics sorted, and everything else will follow in behind. Like I say then, over a quarter of the race distance completed here for race number 2. And we're waiting on a couple more pit stops. I can see some drivers getting ready down in the dummy grid. I think one of those teams getting ready is Bad Racing. I think I've seen the second driver running down to help at the weighbridge potentially. No, that isn't who is in. It's Project Doorfitters from the lead in Clubman have dived into the pits early in this one. And I say early, it's been over 30 minutes, but relatively early comparatively to the rest of the grid. And they dive straight into the fuel bay as well. So first pit stop under the belt then for Project Doorfitters. And can they make it 2 from 2 of class wins here today at the Winter Cup? Well, they'll need some slick pit stops. This one's looking pretty good, to be fair. They've got some fuel on board. Driver back into the kart. And will swiftly get pushed down to the end of pit lane for the new driver to jump behind the wheel. Ready to go for what I can imagine is going to be a relatively long stint. You've got the fuel on board now. Press on through for a little while. Oh, we've got a spinner down at the final corner, and that's Bad Racing. Bad Racing have had a spin there down at the final corner. They've quickly got themselves going again, but I think that was a good 10 seconds or so lost there for Bad Racing. Not quite, to be fair, a 55-second time, so they've lost about 6 seconds there, courtesy of that spin. So not race destroying, but still frustrating there, especially when their closest rivals for the win in their class are in pit lane getting their first stop done. This was where they had the opportunity to try and get a bit of a gap to then use on their first pit stop. Sadly, that might have scuppered those plans. They dropped down to 9th place courtesy of that spin. MPS Performance slipping through into P8. And Project Doorfitters now back out of pit lane and back into the race. Just as I say that, Bad Racing dive straight for pit lane themselves. So after a little spin, they head straight into pit lane. Their first stop about to be completed. So let's see how speedy they can do it then. Annoyingly, oh no, I've got it. There we go. It was a 2:23.7 for Project Doorfitters on their fuel stop there. A 2-minute 23.7. That does seem a little bit slow, I can't lie, for Project Doorfitters. I think comparatively, trying to cast my mind back to the fuel stops in race number 1, I have a feeling that's a little bit slower. I think as well, looking out my commentary box window, the heavens have opened yet again. Yes, they have. The heavens have opened again here at Hoddesdon. I can see the rain pummeling down on some of the big puddles out there on track. You definitely want to be avoiding those, even with the wet tyres on. You're better off in a boat, really, for some of the corners around Right House Kart Raceway today. But drivers doing a great job of meandering their way around those bits of standing water and putting in impressively consistent times for how dire the conditions are out there. Yeah, rain really starting to pick up again, so if there was any thought that there'd be some potential drying out in this race too, those have gone. Well, Bad Racing exit the pits then. They did get fuel on board and they popped in a 1 minute 51. So it looks as though they've exited the pits still behind. No, sorry. They've exited the pits ahead of Project Door Fitters. Of course, I'm getting myself confused. They are ahead of Project Door Fitters. So they gained, I think, a good, maybe even 30 seconds there on that first pit stop there for Bad Racing. So despite the spin, they've made up for it in the pit stop, I think, there of Bad Racing. And potentially have stolen away the lead in the class. Of course, Slippery Bananas take that lead in the class at the moment, but they are yet to give us that first pit stop. There come Bad Racing under the gantry. So they start lap number 44 for themselves. And I wait to see, where are Project Door Fitters? I think this is them coming down through the final sector now. Yes, it is. So they are a good distance now behind Bad Racing. So that first round of stops has worked well for kart number 39. Yeah, they find themselves 20 seconds off the back of Bad Racing. So from pole, sadly, losing out on the lead in the class here after the first round of pit stops is said and done for those two teams. Oh, he's really hammering down outside now. All of the puddles I can see full of new bits of rainfall. It's getting wetter and wetter and wetter out there around this Right House Kart Raceway. I was going to say, this is really going to sort the men from the boys. Sadly, there's not a more gender-inclusive version of that term, but we'll use it anyway. This is going to separate them. These conditions are getting dicey. They were already difficult to begin with today. They've never been easy, the conditions out there on circuit today, but they are continuing to get even worse. And what have I continuously said throughout today? Little mistakes in these sort of conditions get punished heavily. You're much better to drive a couple of percentage off of your ultimate pace and remain consistent than be pushing super hard, be getting really good lap times, then you make that mistake and suddenly you've chucked away 30 seconds or maybe even more. You stuff it in the barrier, you break something on the car, it's game over. So it's weighing up that risk and reward of quite how hard you push in this part of the race. To be fair, I've not seen any drivers diving off the circuit so far in this one. I was just watching there on Bad Racing. There was it is engine gone for Bad Racing. I think he's struggling for power. Bad Racing on an engine issue. He was slow down the back straight. I saw him pumping the pedal. I thought, is that an engine issue? It is. He's slow down the back straight, and this is calamities for Bad Racing. Just as I said, they'd done so well in that first pit stop. Issues for Bad Racing. They drive straight to pit lane immediately to get this engine sorted. Driver can't get it sorted on his own out on circuit. He has to dive to pit lane. And I will mark this down as their second pit stop because this does count as a stop. But my goodness, I think the kart can go for an hour and 20 minutes more, but the poor driver might have to do that stint. Bad Racing team crew sprinting down to the end of pit lane. And goes under and knocks off the limbo bar. I'm not sure what the rules are there on that limbo bar, but anyway, I'll leave that again to much smarter people than myself. Bad Racing, what a shame. It just grabbed the lead in class and it's all gone wrong here on lap number 46. Driver hops up, runs around and jumps back in. The team go to work trying to get those engines restarted. Yeah, and that right rear engine, I don't know why I said rear, they're both on the rear. The right engine just really struggling to get underway. You can see the team members doing their best to try and get it on, but it does not want to crank, seemingly. the grid draw for this race. Well, the Lady Luck has not been on their side for this race entirely. They pull into pit lane and it might be game over for bad racing. That is Camtech though in the background. Camtech have dived into pit lane then from third place. So that is the first of our pit stops from our leading four. Camtech dive into the pits from third place on circuit. There's another driver with them as well. Oh dear, the limbo bar's gone off again. Bad racing have knocked that off and it doesn't seem to have gone back on ideally well. Who is that that's into pit lane now? Is it DR Autos? Yes, it is. Yeah, DR Autos are in then. Team number 6. Started in fourth place in this race, having a good race so far at DR Autos, and they're looking for a slick stop here. No fuel on board for DR Autos, but there was fuel taken on board by Camtech. Both of them speedily back out of pit lane and back onto the black stuff for Camtech. I can imagine this is going to be a sizable stint ahead for the driver behind the wheel. But I do recall it was this driver with the Lando Norris helmet that was out for them in qualifying. I say that. Is it a Lando? It looks similar. It looks similar anyway. I won't call it a Lando Norris helmet, but it does look very similar. And he was mighty quick in qualifying. Clearly, he's the one being sent out as, look, a strong middle stint. You can do that one. Crack on now, mate. You've probably got about 50 minutes or so, maybe an hour in that kart. Because, of course, 15 minutes left to go in the race. That pit lane will close once more. As there we go, GKD immediately answering that pit stop from Camtech. GKD in and straight to the fuel bay as well. So GKD make their first stop of the race then. And Purple Racing and Project D, the two teams from the sharp end of the order, staying out late. And looking to see what they can do as well. A little half spin there. That nearly caught out Alessia Prime. That was close there. Half spin for Project Dorfit as they're out of hairpin. Nearly got collected there by Alessia Prime. They did well to avoid that one. As there go GKD to the end of pit lane. Oh no, is that Camtech in again? Camtech are in again. What's happened to Camtech? Second stop then, I'll mark them down. I don't think they want to be in again though. They've only just headed out on what I said I thought was going to be a very long stint before we saw them into the pits again. Well, they're straight back in on the next lap. Is it engine issues once more? Another driver struggling a little bit. Can they get them both on? Yes, they are both on. So Camtech leave the pits. That was just after GKD already headed back out. And here is 36 Motorsport in once again. So that'll be 2 stops done for 36 Motorsport as well. I think that one was planned though for 36, but I'm assuming that wasn't planned for Camtech. I don't know though, to be fair. They did take fuel on board, so it could be the strat of just get the 2 pit stops out the way and then he's in the stint until the end from now. Well, we'll see if that does come to fruition. They've completed both their pit stops. And let's see how that all works itself out by the end of proceedings. 207 Orange Tree Racing now head into the pits for their first pit stop of this race. So again, just like we saw in race number 1, a very quiet pit lane until all of a sudden it's not. And everyone is diving in with about an hour and 15 minutes left to go, similarly to what we had in race number 1, to be fair. As there come 207 Orange Street to the end of pit lane. Here, same driver jumping back in for the next stint. Of course, this is only first pit stop for 207. So I can imagine this driver will head back out, continue on for another bit of a stint, and then we'll hand over a little bit later on to another driver to see out the race for that team. 207 Orange Street head back out in 13th. Of course, they had their issues earlier on with the mechanical flag, doing the best they can to make up for that. As they get that pit stop done and dusted, Alessia Prime chucking it down the inside of them though, down at hairpin number 1. Alessia Prime now going to the outside of the number 12. 207 trying to do the same, but nope, they'll hook up the up and under. Nicely done. They both find a way through. Those two still a lap different, both at the back of the order, sadly for them. Both for differing issues earlier on in this race. As Hayden Rounce comes in kart number 11, so going bananas, pitting from what was 3rd on the road and leading the pro class. So this could be a big pit stop here for going bananas. Mark them down. One pit stop completed for team number 11. Now, where will they come out? Of course, 36 Motorsport have already done both of their pit stops. 3 laps down at the moment in 9th place. Going Bananas head out of the pits after their first pit stop. 2 laps down in 7th place. So, although there's a lap between them at the moment, that could be quite close when we get to the sharp end of proceedings later on in this race. 1 hour and 15 minutes now left to go on the clock. And Alessia are gifted the lead in the Pro class now, courtesy of that pit stop from Going Bananas. Of course, DR Autos had already made that stop, hadn't they? Yes, they have. So DR Autos have already made one stop. They are still ahead of Going Bananas. So Going Bananas drop into what I believe to effectively be second place in the class at the moment. I'll just wait to see when they come across the... come under the gantry next time around, what that gap is between team number 6 and team number 11. As there they go, they have gone onto a new lap. Oh, it's quite a big gap. It is quite a big gap. 40 seconds between DR Autos and Going Bananas. So that early pit stop has seemingly worked quite well for DR Autos. They are majorly clear of Going Bananas. I think that might now leave the battle really between DR Autos and 36 Motorsport potentially, if 36 Motorsport can get in a good rhythm here. As like I say, they don't need to pit again, I don't think. As we got an end. Who is dropping down the order? Is this Purple Racing into the pits? I think it might be. No. Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. There we go. Purple Racing. It's updated on my live timing. Are into the pits. Your race leaders pit for the first time in this 2-hour endurance race, the second of the day here at the Rye House Pro Karting Series Winter Cup in 2026. Of course, you've already seen GKD racing their closest rivals pit earlier on, and only a few minutes ago, GKD got themselves a contact warning, so picking their way through the back mark as well, but needing to maybe be a little bit careful through the last hour or so of this race. New drivers hopping in for the Purple Racing squad. Both engines on, gets the tap on the shoulder, and away they go. Where will they exit? In comparison to GKD, they exit the pits in second place to Purple Racing. 40 seconds off of the back of Project D, so they should still have the race lead after that one. A 1 minute 51 stop, a decent one, as oh no, Bad Racing are in the pits again. What a shame. What a shame for Bad Racing. Looking like they could be on for the class win in this one. But Lady Luck has not gone their way. What a shame. My heart goes out to the boys there down in the Bad Racing squad. But hey, every day's a school day. Every race is a potential lesson. And just things to learn and make good on into the regular season. At least the points from this one don't count, lads. And we can move on into round number 1 in a month's time. Who is that now down at the fuel bay? It is Slippery Bananas, I believe. Yes, Slippery Bananas number 12 are in then. That's their first pit stop of the race for Slippery Bananas. So now it's really going to be between Slippery Bananas and Project Door Fitters for the lead in the Clubman class. But Project Door Fitters do seem to be consistently quicker than Slippery Bananas. So really, barring serious issues for Project Door Fitters, I think with the issues now for Bad Racing, they've got this one pretty much sealed. I say that though, I'm inviting the commentator's curse there. Apologies to everyone of the Project Door Fitters team. Yeah, there you go. It was indeed the 12 Slippery Bananas getting some more fuel on board. I think new driver waiting down at the end of the pit lane, ready to jump behind the wheel as we continue to tick down towards 60 minutes left to go in this second of 2 races. So Purple Racing out in second then, 42 seconds behind Project D. Gap opened up a little bit, but I imagine that was just because Project D are already in the swing of things. New driver behind the wheel of Purple Racing, having to learn the conditions once more as they begin their stint. Understandable that they might lose a few seconds in doing so. Issue is that GKD are a lap down. Oh no, I can see. There we go. So it is 9.5 seconds. Yeah, 9.5 seconds between Purple Racing and GKD Racing as it stands. They both completed their first pit stops of the race. Now, who are we still waiting for to serve a pit stop? Alessia haven't pitted yet. Neither have Project D. Neither have MPS Performance. So 3 more karts I pit stop from. And that is currently your karts sat in 1st, 3rd and 5th place. And your drivers in first in the Super Pro, and your drivers in first and second in the Pro class. Makes sense, given that they haven't given us a pit stop yet. We'll see where they filter back out into after those first stops. I mean, Project D, we saw their strat in race 1. It's looking a lot like they might be employing the same strat here in race number 2. We'll wait and see to confirm that, but it's looking likely now as we are already 50 minutes into this race and there is no sign of car number 86 making their way to the pit lane anytime soon. But hey, you never know. They could be unpredictable and dive in early. But that strat seemed to work pretty well in race 1. So like I said earlier, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Why not see if you can make it work again? And looking like that might be what Project D decides to do. They've got about 40 seconds in the bank over Purple Racing. Because I'm pretty sure Purple Racing and GKD both took fuel. Now, Project D, I'd say, are about a pit stop clear, but without taking any fuel. So if they dove in and didn't take fuel, they might just still come out in the lead of this race. But of course, then in the second round of pit stops, when Purple Racing and GKD don't need to take any fuel, Project D will need to have a splash and dash to get them to the end. And that, of course, will lose them that time in the end. So really trying to build a buffer here. Sadly for them, now that Purple Racing, the new driver on board for the squad number 5, now he's got up to the swing of things. He's starting to put the pedal to the metal and close that gap once again to Project D. Issue for Purple Racing, though, is at the moment, GKD Racing are a little bit faster every single lap. They've just got past Alessia for third place on the road. And that gap between Purple Racing and GKD Racing is now down to 7.5. I'll keep you updated on the gaps there between those two at the sharp end of the order as we continue on through this race. And I'll be the first to let you know if anything changes in that battle. Of course, looking at the stats from last year, GKD Racing, 4 wins in the Superclass, all of them overall victories as well, and 3 pole positions, all of them overall as well. Purple Racing 5, only 1 race victory last year across the season, but 3 pole positions in class, with 2 of them being overall pole positions. They were fantastic at qualifying last year, Purple Racing 5, as they again showed here today at the Winter Cup that trend is going to be continuing on through this season. But just found it struggled a little bit to convert those pole positions into race wins. I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, that one race win that they did get wasn't from pole position. It was one of their races they didn't score at pole, that they actually were able to grab the race win. Of course, in race number 1, they did it for the first time this season. First opportunity, first time of asking, they got it done. Pole position to a race victory, but they had to fight for it. And this one, of course, a bit more challenging, given my random grid draw for them of 13th, but they picked their way through the traffic monstrously well in that first stint of racing. But now, slowly but surely, getting reeled in here by GKD. Nearly half a second was taken out of that gap on the last time around. They're about to come through once more, are our 2 teams at the sharp end. And this time, 1.5 tenths. We're down to 6.5 seconds between your 2 effective race leaders. Another driver into pit lane. No fuel for this team. I think it's Alessia that we've got in. No, Alessia continuing on round. It's Alessia Prime. Close enough. I could tell by NASA panel it was one of them. Alessia Prime in yet again in this race. I say yet again, to be fair. Of course, they were down the order from that late start. This is their second of 2. What I imagine to be scheduled pit stops, but given the staring at the engine, maybe this isn't a scheduled pit stop, sadly, for Alessia Prime. A lot of work going on the rear end of that Pro Kart. And sadly, not everyone looking happy around it. Looks like the right engine again. Is that the 3rd different team to have issues in this race with the right engine? So is that maybe not simply correlation? That might be causation here. Maybe there's a part of the circuit here where there's a particular big bit of standing water. Drivers are hitting it, and it's messing with that right engine. I'm only spouting ideas here. Potential though. Very odd to have 3 drivers within an hour all experience the same issue. Might be due to this extra rainfall we had over that last 20 to 30 minutes. Thankfully for all the team members and family and friends braving the conditions out there trackside, the rain has stopped now. It's stopped actively raining, but the track still absolutely sodden with water. And like we say, thankfully for everyone watching, looks as though the rain has actively stopped falling for now. Anyway, continuing to tick on through, down towards an hour to go. We're nearly at half race distance here for the second race of 2, as that's not the right racing line. I think we've got an issue. We've got an issue for Project D, your current race leaders. They've just cut the first hairpin. They've gone through the rental kart track. They've got their hand up. And is this another engine issue? They're slow down the back straight, hand in the air. Hold on, we had 2 drivers off there, down at pylon as well. What is going on? It's chaos. Right, Project D are into the pits for their first stop of this race, but I don't think it's out of choice. That was issues for Purple Racing and 36 Motorsport. I think they just came together. They did. 4 seconds lost on that last lap for Purple Racing. They've come together with 36 Motorsport. Chaos at the end of this lap. That's closed the gap between Purple Racing and GKD Racing to 3.7 seconds. And look at that, your race leaders of Project D are into the pit lane. And I do think this is earlier than they'd planned to come in. They'll get a mark of 1 on my tracking system. Are they up on the kart stand? Well, not quite testing the engines. But again, yeah, an engine issue. Is it the left engine this time? Well, this would scupper my theory. I think it might be the left engine. So maybe just random mechanical gremlins all seemingly happening at a similar time. Alessia Prime is still there at the end of the dummy grid. Still struggling to get that engine to want to fire. And now a similar story for the drivers sat right next to them. Project D into the pits for a much earlier and much longer stop than they would have planned. Shake of the head from the driver. It's not looking good here for Project D. What a shame. Again, going for that long strategy as they did in race number 1 to get themselves on the podium. Was looking like it was playing out well here in race number 2. But Lady Luck is not on their side here in race number 2. What a shame for Project D. Doesn't look like that engine's going anywhere quickly. Well, drivers hop back on board. Let's see if he can find some pace out of it. Has it got going in the end for Project D? They'll head out of pit lane and rejoin the action down in 5th place. So to be fair, with everything that happened there, that's not a huge amount lost there for Project D. They are still in 3rd place in the class, but don't forget, they didn't take any fuel on board at that stop, whereas drivers around them have. Camtech, who are 4th in the Super Pro class at the moment, have taken fuel on board in that first stop. So there's still more time to be lost for Project D next time around when they have to come into the pit lane. Let's see, though, if they can manage those issues or whether those mechanical gremlins will continue on for the next hour. That will be a painful hour, to say the least, if that engine continues to be a little bit on the fritz. As all you can see there, the 36 Motorsport billowing smoke there out the final corner as they took all of that puddle there through the penultimate corner. Will that hamper 36? Will they experience engine issues from that, or will they get off scot-free? I think it looks like engine picking up just fine. The steam we saw coming off the engine, it was soaked in water, doesn't seem to have affected it too much. And 36 Motorsport continued to press on there in 9th place. Of course, they went for that early strategy. They've already given us 2 pit stops of 36 Motorsport. They are ones to watch, although they are slightly further down the order. They are ones to watch come the end of this race. Looks as though we've finally seen Alessia Prime leave the pits. Yes, they are back out on circuit then. That's good to see. A shame for them, though. More time lost after issues to get it out on circuit. More issues during the race has put the nail in the coffin, sadly, for Alessia Prime. Good to see they're continuing on, though. Because, of course, every lap matters. Data to be got. All things to be learned. Ready to apply them into the regular season that we kick off next month. I just realised I actually stopped talking about that earlier on, so I will go through that now. Of course, for the regular season, the Winter Cup is happening right now. Hello, I am here. My name's John Ratcliffe. I'm on the comms. Round 1, I'll be back for round 1. Round 2 will be myself as well. Round 3 will be a chap called Joseph Black. Round 4 will be a chap called Yusuf bin Sahel. I return for round 5. I'm here for round 6 as well, and round 7. Joseph retakes the mic for round 8, and then I'm back to finish off the season at round 9. So looking forward to joining you for, what is that? 6 of the 9 rounds of the regular season, and also the Winter Cup here today as well. So really happy I'm able to commit to a lot more rounds this year than I was last year. Looking forward to being with you for a lot of this season this year. It's all a bit wide there for Bad Racing. I think he's got engine issues again there out the final corner, jumping over the curbs, hand in the air for the Bad Racing driver. Not very happy with the car underneath him. And I think they might be heading back into the pits in not too long. MPS Performance then, the number 95, heads into pit lane. That is their first scheduled stop of the race. They pit from second in class at the moment. The only team we're now waiting on is the leader in the Pro class to give us a pit stop. Alessia, third overall at the moment. 18 seconds off of the race lead. But of course, that's looking at 2 drivers who have already made that first pit stop. And speaking of those 2 drivers, Purple Racing and GKD Racing almost nose to tail once again. It's deja vu here at the Rye House Kart Raceway. And it looks like the battle for the lead might be on once again. They've slowly just eaten away at that gap that Purple Racing had for the race lead when they came out of the pit stops for the first time. That gap was around 7.5 to 8 seconds. It's now down to a second between Purple Racing and GKD Racing as we head into the final hour of proceedings here at the Winter Cup. Let's run you through the order before this leading battle kicks off. Purple Racing leading the way then, with GKD Racing close in behind. Alessia still leading the Pro class there in third, but they are yet to give us their first pit stop. Project D are in 4th place, third in class, followed by DR Autos, second in class there in 5th place, but they've given us a pit stop. They are on fantastic form in this second race of DR Autos. They're 5th overall. Camtech just behind them in 6th place, followed by Going Bananas, MPS Performance, 36 Motorsport, and Project Door Fitters, your leaders in the Clubman class. They're followed by 207 Orange G Racing, Slippery Bananas, Bad Racing, and Alessia Prime rounding out the order. Contact warning for Bad Racing has just come out. They've had 2 on the same... Oh no, it's 20 seconds difference. So that might be 2 different contact warnings there for Bad Racing. I think maybe some frustration coming out, sadly, for Bad. Having difficulties with the kart. Maybe Mind is focusing on that so much, slipping and sliding into a couple of other people, getting themselves a couple of contact warnings. Just need to be a little bit careful and don't accrue more of those. Even though the race has gone away for them in this one. Need to make sure we're sticking to those rules and not getting yourselves a penalty. But like we say then, an hour left to go in this race, and we are all eyes on our leading battle, and it already might be kicking off. Up and under out of hairpin number 2. Can't quite pull alongside on the exit though. GKD have to slot in behind once more, but they are chasing down a couple of back markers here into sector number 3. Trying to get the move done through on one of the banana carts, I think that is. Not sure if it's the 11. It is the 11 there, getting shuffled on wide. Not happy with the shuffle there from Purple Racing, but either way, Purple Racing and GKD are through. Going Bananas there in 7th place, have to drop in behind. Our 2 leaders dive down into Stadium Bend once again, move for the lead. A potential attempt, not quite able to get done though. Diving to the inside line there at the apex of the final part of the corner there at Stadium Bend. But again, holding that outside line, holding the speed around the outside, and Purple Racing hold on to it for now. And look at it again, diving to the inside line. It's a nice exit this time. We're going to be side by side properly into Stadium Bend. It's a pylon even. Can't quite get it done again. Tries to hang it around the outside there at pylon, but it doesn't work. And this, it could be a battle for the ages here. This doesn't look like, let's work together and make sure no one else can get in this battle at the end. This looks like gloves off. You stole it from us in race number 1, and we want it back here in race number 2, is what I think I'm hearing from the GKD driver's helmet. A warning for contact there from Purple Racing 5 is again diving for the inside line there at GKD. Oh, bit of a tank slapper on the exit there, but they avoid any contact with Purple Racing. For now, anyway, for now. Big slidey moment that was for GKD. But again, showing their talent and prowess there to hold the slide and make sure there was no contact between themselves and the driver they were battling with, but still, at the moment, unable to find a way through. At the moment, this could be benefiting the drivers chasing in behind, because our two leaders, they were lapping in the mid-47s. They're now lapping in the mid-49s as they focus on each other. And Project D, okay, they had those issues in the pits, but they're down in the high 48s at the moment. So a little bit of time being gained back, but still, I do think this is it here for the battle for the lead. And again, they're going for it into Stadium Bend. Again, they're not able to grab the inside line quite enough. So that's 3 laps in a row now of the same move, the same attempt at a move from GKD Racing. And all 3 times, it's not quite worked out for them. Maybe we'll need to rethink that strategy a little bit more. Or maybe they're just getting it ready for, okay, next time they make a poor exit. Oh dear. That's a big off at the final corner into the barriers there. I didn't spot that one. And was that the Alessia car? It is the 40 of Alessia. Driver absolutely covered in mud. Left engine off. He's trying to get it turned back on. Alessia, like I said, the only team to have not given us a pit stop yet. And I think we can assume they are going to be coming in at the end of this lap. Engine issues after that off. I didn't see how that one happened, but they've gone careening into the barrier there out the final corner, and they know about it. They are very soggy. The poor driver of the Alessia car, absolutely covered in mud. Oh, nearly causing a cropper for our race leaders. Purple Racing 5 nearly getting stuck behind them there. That was a close one as GKD dive for the move again. They've got it alongside once more. They've got the overlap down into Pylon, but can they get it round the outside this time? They'll hold on in there. Side-by-side contact, and the move is done. Great move by GKD. Up and under attempt from Purple Racing to go side by side again into the final corner. Bit of contact front to rear this time as they head through into the final turn, but no answer this time from Purple Racing, and GKD take the race lead. Great bit of battling between these two, trying to pick their way through on the back markers as well, as Alessia do dive to the pit lane. Will there be any changes between these two at a Stadium Bend? Not this time around. It looks as though GKD have got the lead, and they look to hold on to it here, consolidate their lead as we head on to lap number 83. Will Purple Racing get another contact warning for their troubles then? That's 2 contact warnings for Purple Racing. They need to be a little bit careful through this next 50 minutes of this race to not accrue a penalty from that one. GKD side their way through on the back markers, and lucky enough for Purple Racing, they find a way past as well. Well, an exciting couple of laps then here in race number 2 of the Ride House Pro Karting Series Winter Cup in 2026. As expected, Alessia diving straight to pit lane after those issues. Again, I didn't see what happened, didn't see if it was contact, simply driver error. What happened down there exit of the final corner? Good to see that the driver is all okay, despite now his race suit, his wetsuit even I should say, being a totally different colour. It was once clear, not so much now. As oh no, it has caused major issues. Alessia are up onto the kart stand. What a shame. They were looking on definitely for a podium in class, if not a potential win in the class in this one. But it's all gone wrong here into the second hour of racing. What a shame. Team members diving straight into action here for kart number 40. Can they do it quickly enough here to save a potential podium in class in race number 2? So many issues in this second race of the day. We had a few in race number 1, but they've really all come at once here in race number 2. It's like waiting for a bus, isn't it? You don't have anyone, and then suddenly 3 turn up at once. And that's what we've happened here with issues for drivers out on circuit. Like we say, Alessia jumping into action to try and salvage their race here, but it's not looking good down there. I'm sad to say it is not looking good. Bad Racing have also been in the pits for the last few laps. They're up on the kart stand. I don't think they're going anywhere anytime soon either. What a shame for the Bad Racing squad. I'll mark that down as 4 pit stops now from this one for Bad Racing. What a shame. As another driver was in the pits, and I stupidly didn't spot who that was as they came down pit lane. Alessia were already in, so it must be going bananas then. A number 11 that's in for another stop. That's going bananas, right. Note them down. So going bananas, 2 stops completed then. The fourth of our teams to complete 2 pit stops. Yes, there we go. Going bananas heading back out. 1 minute 45 there. I don't think they took any fuel on board there. I'm not 100% sure. I don't think they did. Driver heads back out though in the number 11 and will press on through, I think probably the next 50 minutes. 2 pit stops completed. There'll be no need to come in again. Some hand signals going on the pit wall. I think 207 Orange Tree Racing might be coming in a few moments' time. And light really starting to fade here now at the Rye House Kart Raceway. And rain pitter-pattering once more. Not quite as aggressive as it was 30, 40 minutes ago, but it has picked up again, sadly. And drivers battling with these very, very challenging conditions here at the Rye House Kart Raceway here in early February. We weren't expecting it to be a dry day, and it hasn't been. It certainly hasn't been. Right, well, after a few calamities there, 50 minutes left to go on the clock. And still, GKD and Purple Racing are absolutely nose to tail in the lead. My attention's been drawn away from them for the last few minutes, but I look out to find them on circuit once again. As there they are heading through the final section. Yep, final sector, there they go. Out of the final corner are your 2 race leaders. It was 8/10 the last time around. See what it is as they come under the gantry this time. It's back up over a second, 1.1 seconds now between GKD and Purple Racing. Purple Racing with the outright fastest lap so far in this one. But on that last lap, a good few tenths quicker for GKD. 207 Orange Tree into pits then as we expected them to. We saw them get the call. And this is their second pit stop of the race. So after this one, it'll be driver in to the end for 207 Orange Tree Racing. They will drop down to about 12th place. Of course, they had that mechanical flag early on, which scuppered their progress. But they're gaining a few back now, courtesy of other issues. One of those being the kart they just drove past in the pit lane. Alessia still on the kart stand, still struggling to fix those issues. What a shame for Alessia. The race 2 has not gone the way of the Alessia squad. Issues for a prime, and now more issues for the Alessia squad as well. Right then, less than 50 minutes left to go in the race. I will leave you in the dulcet tones of some Pro Kart engines for a couple of moments. Just as I say that, I just said the rain not too hard out there. It has really started to pick up yet again. Heavy rain once more here at the Rye House Pro Kart Raceway. Let's see how the drivers deal with these conditions for the next few minutes. Right then, well, in my brief break there from the commentary, spotted Purple Racing, after losing the lead, have decided to bail to pit lane, making their second stop of the race. A very quick stop as well, I will say. No fuel on board on that one. They took it on the first stop. Purple Racing re-emerge, still there in second place. about 45 seconds off of your race leader. So again, it will be very close when GKD make their second and final stop of the race as to where they'll come out in relation to Purple Racing. It's going to be really close. It's going to depend on the consistency of lap times throughout this next stint for the driver of Purple Racing. If they can be consistently quicker than GKD, there's potential that they could jump them here in the second pit stop. We will wait and see if that happens, or do GKD decide to cover off that pit stop and dive straight to pit lane? At the moment, it hasn't happened. I think that's them driving straight past pit entry. So I think answer to my question at the moment is no. They're continuing to stick it out on this second stint of the race for them. Who are we still waiting on to make a second pit stop? Project Door Fitters, GKD Racing, DR Autos, Slippery Banana, Alessia, who are still in pit lane, I think. So, have they gone back out now? No, they're still in pit lane, sadly, for Alessia, so we might not be seeing that second stop. Project D still owes a second stop, and so do MPS Performance. So what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, not counting Alessia. So 6 more carts we're still expecting to come in. We've just had one dive into pit lane there. So another driver heading to the weighing scales at the moment. Looks to be DR Autos potentially from the lead of the Pro class. And this is crucial here. Pitting from 4th place overall, leading the class. They're going to be battling with 36 Motorsport here, who have already made both of their pit stops. And DR Autos are into the fuel bay, it seems. So this will be a slower pit stop, of course, compared to a non-fuel stop. So this could really decide the race win here in the Pro class. How quickly can they get back out onto the black stuff? Another driver, another team, I should say, diving into pit lane behind them. So DR Autos, I think we can safely write down. Second stop completed for them. Looks as though the fuel just about in, as that is the Alessia card, I believe. It is indeed. So the Alessia car had headed back out after, sadly, an 11-minute stop for the Alessia team. And it looks as though they're straight back into the pit lane, nearly crossing over there with DR Autos. As there we go. It has changed out on track then. 36 Motorsport are through. And 36 Motorsport take the lead in the Pro class. Alessia back in. I think, is kart going back up on the kart stand? Not quite yet, still looking at it, but not looking good, sadly, for them. DR Autos, there we go, they do re-emerge. But quite a way off of 36 Motorsport. It seems as though maybe that early pit stop strategy from 36, if they can make it all the way to the end now, has really worked very well for them. Up into 5th place overall then for 36 Motorsport, leading the Pro class as it stands. Well, at least I can mark down a second pit stop completed for Alessia. I think I can't quite see from my commentary box window, but I think they're getting driver into the kart once more. My live timing doesn't not know what they're doing. There we go. It finally updated it. I had no idea where they were. Then they have come back out on circuit. Okay, good. Good to see Alessia back in the race nonetheless, despite lots of issues there for them. Good to see them heading back out onto the black stuff. And hopefully we won't see them back in again as, oh no, issues there out of hairpin number 1. Is that kart number 11? I think it might be. Going bananas. Are they the ones parked up at the side there? Again, it's low light. Cut me a bit of slack. I'm struggling to see who that is. But I do think it might be going bananas here. I'll wait and see if they come across the line. Yeah, we got the 12 into the pits along with... Oh, hold on. Is that Camtech in the pits as well? It is. Camtech are in the pits with issues. What's happening? Oh, Camtech are in. Oh, now this is keeping me on my toes. They'd already done 2 pit stops. Issues for Camtech. Battling for the top 5 at least in this race. Issues, and they are in again. Who have we just had come out? Oh, I'm struggling to keep tabs on this now. Right, Slippery Bananas, number 12, were in. I don't think I'd noted that down yet. Right, they've given us our second stop. So Camtech are back out. That's good. I've already noted theirs down. They've had 3 now. And then who is this in as well? I think it's Project D, is it not? Yes, it is. It's Project D in for their second stop of the race as well. So what have we had then? Countech, Project Dorfit as it was that was in as well, the 21. So Project Dorfit is giving us their second stop. So a quick flurry of pit stops there for 3 or 4 teams giving us their second stops of the race. Another team's in at the end of the pit lane. It's the 11. So yeah, I do think it was going bananas having those issues out on circuit. They are back into pit lane once again. Again, another team that had already given us those 2 pit stops, but issues out on circuit again. It looked as though it was an engine just struggling to get going once again. Drivers managed to limp it back to pit lane, but Kart not looking happy there down at the end of the dummy grid. What a shame. Another team falling by the wayside. Honestly, this is one of the biggest races of attrition that I've seen in my history here, commentating for RHPK. This is crazy. The amount of issues drivers have been having with their karts out on circuit. Drivers falling by the wayside, left, right, and centre. The number 11 pulls into the end of pit lane, I think, to have a bit more work done on it. Just seeing whether they do. Yeah, no, it's not straight back in and head back out. No, that is work being done then on the number 11. So going bananas, slipping down the order after a great first couple of stints. They were on some really good pace out in race number 2 in the pro class. Sadly, all going wrong here as we head towards the final 30 minutes of today's action. Rain seemingly slowed again, thankfully. I'm actually getting a bit worried. That puddle on the way in was a challenge for my little Volkswagen up. I'm scared to leave. Anyway, hopefully there's no more rain on a personal sake, but also for drivers out there. It can't be that fun getting rained on for 40 minutes, an hour plus. But anyway, still plenty that could happen in the dying moments of this race. So, of course, Purple Racing have given us both of their stops now. They're still about 40 seconds off of the back of GKD Racing. And GKD yet to give us their second and final stop of the race. We are on lap number 100 of this race. 100 laps down here in race number 2 for the Rye House Pro Karting Series Winter Cup in 2026. Like we say, pressing on towards that last 30 minutes of racing action. That's a dive to the inside there from Alessia Prime. Nicely weighted under brakes there. Clearly feeling confident in the machine underneath them. And trying to make up for lost time from earlier on. They're still there in 12th place at the moment. Now, Alessia and Bad Racing, the only drivers behind them. But going bananas, of course, slipping down the order. They're still in pit lane. And Bad Racing have been in the pits for a good 15, 16 laps now, sadly for them. It looks as though they are out of the race entirely, are Bad Racing. What a shame for the squad of Team 39. Hopefully we do see Going Bananas back out on circuit, but we shall have to wait and see. I'm no mechanic. We'll see if they're able to get those issues fixed as we continue on through. Slippery Bananas then gifted a top 10 for the moment as Going Bananas drop behind them. So we've only... Well, with Alessia Prime back out, to be fair, we do still have 12 runners in this race at the moment. Have I missed GKD come in the pits? The gap between GKD and Purple Racing has dropped to 4.7 seconds. Now, I could have been totally blind and I've just missed them come in the pits. I'm going to have to go back on the lap tracker. What's happened there then? Aha, a 1 minute 24 on lap 101. I've missed that. Apologies. Thank goodness I spotted that then. Right. Purple Racing then are only 3 and a bit seconds now behind GKD Racing. So GKD have made their final stop then. I must have missed that. It could have been an off on circuit, but I hazard a guess it was more than likely a pit stop that I have missed, so apologies. But look at that then. Immediately, pit stops done and dusted for both of our race leaders, and they are back within 3 seconds of each other. They were inseparable in race number 1, and it looks as though, as we head towards the final quarter of this race, it's going to be the same again here in race number 2. Alessia Prime, just as I was saying, good to see both the Alessia karts back out on circuit. Prime are back into the pits once more. A shame, a real shame for them. They're back in with more issues. But whereabouts are our 2 leaders then? They were in that pack. Wow, gaps down to 1.3 seconds between GKD and Purple Racing. Nose to tail, they were cutting their way through the traffic. That's what's caused that hold up then for GKD. As Purple Racing trying to find a way through on 207. They go late on the brakes. They'll get the move on 207, but now they've got Camtech just ahead of them. Camtech now in 6th position, 3 laps down on these race leaders. Now, how will this one work out? Will Purple Racing find a way through? Will Camtech wave them past? Now, this could be a key moment in this race here. How quickly will Purple Racing find a way past on Camtech? They're both very close on pace, but of course, those earlier issues for Camtech having to come in for an extra pit stop has dropped them a few laps down than maybe where they could have been in this race. And when will the move be done? Still not through Stadium Bend. However, it's not that much of a bad thing because they know they're on pace here with Camtech as whoa, they've really hit the puddle there on the exit of Reg's elbow. Early bath there for the driver of Purple Racing 5 as he wipes his visor clean. There was a little yellow flag there out through pylon, didn't quite spot why, and it's gone in now. Yeah, wipe of the visor for Purple Racing 5, a brief lack of vision there as he went through the puddle, exit of Reg's elbow. Well done for keeping it on the black stuff there to Purple Racing. But Camtech actually have closed up on GKD Racing. Wow. Okay, right. Well, this is going to be interesting here. Camtech are a few laps down here, but they've got the pace to battle it in with the two at the front. They are faster at the moment than the two drivers around them. Could Camtech here go for the overtake on your current race leaders? Or will they be under pressure here from Purple Racing 5? Purple Racing are going for it late on the brakes. That was so aggressive from the driver of Purple Racing. Great move, though. Committed under brakes, got it done. And that's what he needs to do if he wants to chase down the race leader once more in this one. He holds it through hairpin number 2. There was a brief sniff at the apex there from Camtech. Looking like they were trying to steal back the track position, but nope, unable to do so. And this is it then, ladies and gentlemen. We are nose to tail for the lead once again. We've seen this battle before. The first time of asking, it went to Purple Racing. Can they do it again here in race number 2? Down to Stadium Bend they go once more. Who will be leading on the exit? They're side by side. Purple Racing are up the inside. Trying to hang it round the outside though with GKD, but they couldn't keep their nose in. And Purple Racing get to the front immediately. First time of asking, and they grab that opportunity with both hands. Purple Racing into the lead as easy as you like. I mean, GKD didn't make it easy for them. They fought back hard there, tried to hang it around the outside, but we've seen that so many times in this race already. That outside line on the exit of Stadium Bend is not the ideal one. Lots of wheel spinning there on exit. And just meant they couldn't quite keep the fight going. Now, here might be the answer to their prayers in the short term anyway. Purple Racing are on the back of a couple of back markers, but we've seen how aggressive they like to be in overtaking these back markers back in race number 1. And I've been answered as more dives going on. No, that's not Purple Racing. This is a battle in front of them. Purple Racing trying to side their way on through. They're going up the inside of 1. They tried to make it 2, but not able to do so. Door is closed by the driver ahead. This is getting very tetchy stuff. And thankfully for the Purple Racing squad, they are pointed through by the drivers around them. With 3 wide on the exit of hairpin number 2. Oh, Camtech nearly putting themselves in harm's way there as we headed down into pylon. Nearly getting shoved off onto the grass. They backed out of the last possible opportunity there, trying to get round the back marker. But again, our 2 leaders have been released then at the front of that train. But Purple Racing with the ultimate pace at the moment, a couple of tenths gained once again on the last lap, and that gap between our 2 leaders is back over a second once more, but this time with Purple Racing at the sharp end. Well, it took until only a couple of minutes to go in race 1 for them to snatch the lead. They've taken it with 30 minutes left to go on the clock this time here in race number 2. Can GKD find any answer here to Purple Racing, or is it going to be 2 from 2 here at the Winter Cup in 2026 for Purple Racing? Well, we've just ticked below 30 minutes left to go in this race. Before I run you through the order, who are we still waiting on a pit stop for, if anyone? Yes, MPS Performance. I believe we're still waiting on a pit stop from them. But otherwise, I believe everyone has served their 2 mandatory pit stops in this race. Right then, Purple Racing 5 leading the way. They've just added another second to that gap on the last lap alone. What did the driver of Purple Racing eat for lunch? I want to know, because that is fueling him to some incredible pace here in the final 30 minutes of this race. GKD doing their best to find an answer, but struggling at the moment. They're in second place. Project D, despite those issues about 20 or 30 minutes ago, still there in third place. Well done to them. 36 Motorsport, like we mentioned earlier, with an amazing early pit stop strategy that's thrust them into the lead of the Pro Class, fourth overall with 30 minutes left to go. MPS Performance just behind them on track, but a lap behind them on the timing. And also, I do believe, still owing us another pit stop, team number 95. I think they're the only ones left to do one, with just less than 15 minutes to get that done. Camtech in sixth place. Of course, they had those mechanical issues earlier on, coming in for an extra stop. They're in sixth place, fourth in class. Then DR Autos rounding out the top three in the Pro Class at the moment. They're in seventh place. They're followed by Project Door Fitters, your leaders in Clubman class. They're in eighth overall. Then behind them, 207 Orange Tea Racing and Slippy Bananas. And then Going Bananas and Alessia are back out on track in 11th and 12th place. But sadly, Alessia Prime and Bad Racing are no longer, I think, both out of this race for good now for both those teams. A real shame to have lost them from the order. But there we go then. Like I say, just less than a quarter race distance left to go here in the Winter Cup. And I've just seen someone pull over down the back straight. I can't see who it is because they're behind a barrier. But an engine has turned off yet again. Another driver struggling with engine issues. I think they've got it back on. Trying to see who that is. I think that's is that 207 Orange Tree Racing potentially? I will double check that as they come on through, but that is my best guess at the moment. I think that might be ninth place of 207 Orange Tree Racing. Clearly, they fixed whatever issue they had as they've gone past the pit entry and they continue on to another lap. I want to double check that. I do think I am right. Yes, it is 207 Orange Tree Racing there with more mechanical gremlins on these engines. What is happening today with these engines? They just don't want to engine. They don't seemingly want to go. So many mechanical issues, and it surely is only due to the amount of precipitation that we have had here today at the Rye House Kart Raceway. I've seen plenty of wet races here at Rye House, but today has been something else. Fair play to you drivers for just keeping it on the black stuff. And not only that, you produce some awesome racing for us. Right, I'm going to have a very quick break before we get into the sharp end of this one. We continue on here then at the Rye House Kart Raceway. Just over 20 minutes left to go on the clock here for race number 2 of the Rye House Pro Karting Series Winter Cup in 2026. Sadly, I do have to report for the neutrals out there, the gap is increasing between Purple Racing and GKD Racing. It's up to nearly 7 seconds now. Look at that, another 1.5 seconds on the last lap from Purple Racing. It's up to over 8 seconds now, the gap between Purple Racing and GKD Racing. My goodness, Purple Racing laying down a marker here for the season ahead of us. Wow, they were impressive last year, really quick, but like I mentioned earlier, just struggled to convert that pace into victories and top level points last year. Well, this year they look to have hooked that all up, and they are on a serious charge. Of course, like we've said many times, this is a one-off event. None of the points from this will be going through to the regular season points tally. But it is a marker that has been set down here. Potentially, I don't want to call it 20 minutes early, but potentially 2 race wins from 2. That would be mighty impressive here at the Winter Cup. And really, like I say, laying down the marker that they want to take that number 1 off the side of GKD as quickly as possible. Luckily for GKD, they've got at least a season to keep it on the cart. They've got it locked in, courtesy of their fantastic performances throughout 2025. But at the moment, it looks as though they're going to have to settle for second in both races here today at the Winter Cup. Not what they would have been hoping for, but still a very impressive performance nonetheless. It's been a great first start to the season for Project D as well. Now, as always in the Rye House Pro Karting Series, I'm never quite sure when a new team is actually a new team or when it's simply a reshaped team where people have moved over from other teams, maybe created just under a new name, things like that. I'm never quite sure. But Project D anyway, a new name to the grid, and they've done really, really well in this opening event of the year. Of course, I do believe it was 3rd place in race 1. Yes, it was. So 3rd place in race 1, and they look pretty on to snag 3rd place in race 2 as well. So that would mean, if it ends like this, our top 3 overall, and of course our top 3 in Super Pro as well, will be the same in both races, despite the very different grids between race 1 and race 2. Of course, race 1 was set by the single lap qualifying. Feels like ages ago now, earlier this morning, when there was a lot more light and quite a bit more rain as well. And of course then race 2, picked by myself. Totally fairly, I will say. But despite that, doesn't matter. Purple Racing started from pole, went through to win the race. Purple Racing started in 13th place, currently looking pretty good to win the race. They're over 10 seconds clear now of GKD Racing at the sharp end, picking their way through the traffic very nicely. It is becoming quite a bit more challenging, though, for me to see what is going on out on the circuit. Do my best to squint through my commentary box window, but trying to keep up to date with the action as best I can. Right then, we are ticking down to less than 20 minutes left to go, as there, I believe, is our final pit stop of the race, is it not? Yes, it is. The 95 of MPS Performance into the pits for their final stop. Right then, all teams have given us all of their 2 stops that were necessary throughout this 2-hour endurance race. I was just about to highlight the fact that it's 5 minutes until pit lane closes, but given that now that you've all done your regularly scheduled stops, hopefully we won't be seeing anyone in the pits anymore anyway. Right then, MPS Performance rejoin the action, 7th place overall, 3rd place in the Pro class. 36 Motorsport have had a blinder, like I mentioned earlier. What a race from them. 4th place overall at the moment, leading the Pro class. DR Autos have had a really good second race of the day as well. Didn't quite go to plan in race 1, but they've hooked it up here in race 2 really nicely. 2nd place in the class at the moment, and they find themselves 20 seconds ahead of MPS Performance. So unless MPS can really get about a second a lap, really, or 8, 9 tenths a lap, looking like that should stay as it was, but we'll wait and see what the pace of, I believe it was a new driver into the kart for MPS Performance. We'll see what their pace is looking like when they get up to speed. They've not got long to do it though, like I say. Just less than 20 minutes left to go of racing action. As we press on through, as I look at that, Project Door Fitters have actually got through on circuit there after that pit stop. Of course, that's not for class position, but that is for overall position that Orford is getting through. You would expect, given that Project Orford are in Clubman and MPS Performance are in Pro, that MPS should get that place back, but that's just another thorn in the side for them. If they hoped that maybe they could close that gap to DR Autos ahead, well, now they've not only got to find that pace, but they've also got to find a way back through on Project Doorfitters. Well, leaders now heading on to lap number 125 of this race. And what's the gap looking like now between our two leaders? It's up to nearly 15 seconds between Purple Racing and GKD Racing. Looking like it's all said and done. But again, I'm still inviting those commentators' curses. Apologies to Purple Racing Squad that could probably hear me and hate me right now. I am inviting that commentary curse, the first one of the season. Let's wait and see how it plays out. They've been unstoppable throughout today, fully deserving of 2 race wins. It's been very, very impressive from Purple Racing, with the fastest lap in this one as well. Set earlier on, back on lap 36 it was, and it was Purple Racing who had the fastest lap, of course, in qualifying, and the fastest lap in race number 1 as well. Looking to do the three-peat here, winning every single session. Impressive stuff from Purple Racing. And then Project Doorfitters, of course, were blessed by my random pick of pole position in this one. And they've used it to their advantage, to be fair. Lapping really, really well. Still there in 7th place overall. And well and truly there in the lead of the Clubman class. I think, actually, they've pulled ahead a bit. Yeah, they have. They've pulled ahead of MPS Performance. They have. That gap's out to 2 seconds. It was only half a second a couple of laps ago. So I said, well, I would expect a pro class car to come out and get straight past them. They haven't. They've dropped off the back of Project Doorfitters. And again, that's leading me to believe that any opportunity at catching DR Autos is falling through their fingertips at the moment. Just slipping out of the way. And the opportunity goes missing at the moment, sadly, for MPS Performance. Looking to still hold on to 3rd place in class, though. I mean, they've got 4 laps between themselves and 207 Orange Tree Racing, who are 4th in class at the moment, courtesy of those issues early on in the first stint for 207 Orange Tree. That NASA panel coming loose and them getting a mechanical flag for it. A real shame it was sort of race over before it even really started for 207 Orange Tree Racing. And they've remained firm, battling really well on some good pace throughout the rest of the race, but sadly, that uphill struggle was a little bit too much for them to get over in this one. They benefited well, though, in terms of other teams having issues. They managed to get their way back into the top 10 despite that early mechanical flag. But you can just see with the laps between the drivers, we've got 10 laps between the top 10 teams. And then down to Bad Racing, and we're now 57 laps down. Oh, a shame for Bad Racing. They've been out for a while. Good to see, though, Alessia Prime. I thought they were out for good a little while ago, but they are back out and circulating. 22 laps off of the race lead at the moment. So they're not going to be gaining any more positions in the last 15 minutes of racing. But either way, they're back out and fighting, which is good to see. Right then, well, we are ticking down to 15 minutes left to go in this race. And you know what that means? The pit lane is about to close. Not that it matters too much, because I do believe all of our teams have given us both of our mandatory pit stops for this race. But still, I'll still tell you anyway, it's ticking down to 15 minutes, and pit lane is now officially closed. So just 15 more minutes to get under our belt then here. The Wright House Pro Karting Series Winter Cup, still consistently faster out there on circuit. A Purple Racing, that gap edging closer and closer to a 20-second gap between Purple Racing and GKD Racing. Particularly on this very tricky stint where we've lost light, making it so much more difficult to see where those puddles are and where the grip can and can't be found. Purple Racing have been unstoppable, pressing on, building that gap, getting through the back mark as well. Very, very impressive. There's a little bit argy-bargy there down into hairpin number 2. That was courtesy of Project D on the back marker. They're trying to get past. They'll go to the outside down into pylon, and they are given the way there. Driver moves aside and hands the place to them. Project D again, another team who have done well in this second race, looking to consolidate yet another 3rd place for them. But I think standout performance in this one. Obviously, Purple Racing, you can't take it away from them. 13th on the grid, but also for 36 Motorsport, 11th on the grid in this one. Fantastic strategy, really, really good, consistent pace from them has seen them go up into 4th place overall, leading the class by quite some margin in the pro category. Well, I mean, they're leading by over a lap. Well, 2 laps on DR Autos. Amazing from 36 Motorsport. Very, very impressive. We tick down towards 10 minutes to go then. I'm just going to do my final shenanigans in the comms box as I get ready for the race finish. I'll be back with you in a moment's time. As we get ever closer to 10 minutes left to go on the clock, then sadly, it looks as though Going Bananas are back into pit lane once more. I'm assuming that's them down there. I can't see. I can just about see that there's a car that people are hanging around, and looks as though they've stopped on my live timing. So what a shame. Looks as though Alessia will at least gain back a place as they're on the same lap as them, 16 laps down on the race leader. So I think Alessio will jump back up into 11th place, but really not much of a present after this race really for Alessia. They will gain that position back, but yeah, still down 11th, not where they wanted to be. There was definitely a potential for a podium in class in this one. It looks as though it's gone missing with those earlier issues. Right then, 10 minutes left to go on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. 10 minutes left to go until we bring the Rye House Pro Karting Series Winter Cup 2026 to a close. And at the moment, headline story is domination from Purple Racing. That gap is now up to 20 seconds between themselves and GKD Racing. Consistently a few tenths of a second quicker every single lap. That last time around, 48.5 for Purple, 48.8 for GKD, and they've gone even faster, 48.1 this time for Purple Racing. I can only imagine that gap will increase ever more. Of course, to remind you, I've been live streaming the live timing with my commentary to the Rye House Kart channel, the Rye House YouTube channel throughout today. Both races will be available to listen back to on the Rye House YouTube channel whenever you like. So head over and listen to that when you can. And if you can hear me right now on the YouTube live stream, hello. I hope you have enjoyed. Make sure you subscribe to the Rye House YouTube channel. That means you won't miss any of the streams happening on the channel throughout this season. And hopefully we should be streaming pretty much every round. If not, hopefully, every round, but we shall wait and see. Make sure you subscribe. You don't want to miss them. It's going to be some epic racing throughout this year, not only in the Rye House Pro Karting Series, but of course, for the return of the Rye House Kart Club as well, which of course crescendos through the year before we get to the famous Rye House London Cup in November. Well, it's kind of October, November. The Saturday's in October, the Sunday's in November. I'm going to call it November anyway. Later in the year when it's probably going to be conditions quite like this, which always makes for quality racing in the owner kart driving, safe to say. Right then, continuing to tick down then as we get to the business end of this race. And will we have any late drama? We've already said throughout today, little mistakes get punished. I mean, it's less so been that really and more mechanical. It has been really difficult for these karts today, particularly here in race number 2. Real challenge just to get them to the end of the race. And you never know when that could spring up, when an issue suddenly rears its head. It could happen here in the last few minutes. I hope it doesn't, but it could happen. You just never know. You've got to keep doing what you're doing, keeping consistent pace and hoping to the racing gods that they look kindly on you this evening here at a very dark and damp Rye House Kart Raceway. Purple Racing 5 still leading the way then ahead of GKD Racing and Project D. 36 Motorsport still in the lead of pros and Project Door Fitters in the lead for clubmen. Looks as though we are quite separated. Yeah, that gap is still increasing loads. We're at 23 seconds, the gap now between the two race leaders. 1.1 seconds they were faster on the last. That were Purple Racing. Honestly, you're at that point where you're like, maybe we need to ask him to slow down a bit. but honestly, sometimes that can actually be a hindrance, because if you're in that metronome at a good pace, you keep hitting your markers, you keep doing what you need to do, you're in the flow, you're in the zone. If you start thinking of slowing down, sometimes that can bring you out the flow of it. That's when you make a mistake and suddenly you've thrown it all away. It's best to just keep in that momentum, keep the pendulum swinging, lap on lap on lap, watch that time tick down, and just wait to hopefully bring it home. And we do continue to tick that clock down. It's closing down now towards 5 minutes left to go. And I've got to say as well, I gave a big shout out to everyone behind the scenes at Rye House earlier. One, big shout out to the marshals for braving the conditions out there today. They're definitely not paid enough. Whatever they are paid, it's probably not enough to be out in these conditions. So big shout out to them. Big shout out to everyone at Rye House behind the scenes and Mr. Mark Beaumont, the series coordinator, having me back here at RHPK. It's very much appreciated. And of course, a massive thank you to all of the medical staff as well. We literally couldn't go racing without them. So a massive thank you to them. Thankfully today, I don't believe, to my knowledge, we've had to use them at all. And that's always the best way at a race day, but still really appreciate them being here. And I did have a point to that, but I've forgotten it. So I'm just going to keep talking. Of course, after this race, make sure you head over to the main building. That's where we'll be doing your podium presentations to wrap up today's proceedings. And we'll bring it all to a close, and we'll have to wait a whole month to do it all again. Of course, round 1 of the regular summer series of the Rye House Pro Karting Series will be on the 7th of March. So literally exactly 4 weeks' time, because of course 28 days has February. So exactly 4 weeks' time until we go racing it again here at Rye House in the Rye House Pro Karting Series. Make sure you come along and join us for that action. Right then, we have ticked below 5 minutes left to go here in race number 2 of the Winter Cup of the Rye House Pro Karting Series in 2025. Like we're saying, biggest talking points. Really, your leaders in each of the classes really been doing a fantastic job. And biggest point at the moment really is MPS Performance. We saw them slip a couple of seconds off the back of Project Door Fitters after their second pit stop, where they've closed back up again. Less than half a second between the two of them as they went on to the lap that they are currently going around. It won't be a move for class position. MPS will still be third in class. Project Door Fitters will still be in the lead in class. But it's for bragging rights, isn't it? It's for 7th place on circuit. MPS are going to want to find a way through. But equally, get it done without any contact, without any issues, still making it through to the end of the race and wrapping up that 3rd position in class. Still not letting up pace, still only half a second off of their ultimate pace, which they did 106 laps ago, did Purple Racing, and still they're only 6/10 even half a second really, off of their ultimate pace in this race. Amazing consistency from Purple Racing. And only a moment ago, I said they were about 21, 22 seconds in the lead. They're closing in towards being 30 seconds in the lead in this race. Simply unbelievable, sublime from Purple Racing today. Fantastic. They'll be watching that gantry every time around, waiting for that final lap. Ow, I remembered my point. I wanted to give a shout out to Roy House because the screens look fantastic this year. Of course, they installed these big screens around the circuit for last season, but they were having a bit of gremlins, just getting it working right, getting it looking really nice. Well, I can see they've smashed that over the winter. Both the screen that looks up to the viewing platform in the main building, and also the one on the gantry that drivers can see as they drive past. Both now absolutely looking perfect, looking pucker, really nice. Well done to them for getting that all sorted and ready to go for the 2026 season. And that brings me on to the point of the drivers will be looking at that lap on lap, seeing as the time ticks down. Before, they wouldn't have had that aid. They might have had something on the steering wheel. They might have someone in their ear on the radio talking through how long is left to go. But now they've got that visual aid. They can just look up and check and see, oh, okay, this long left. In these kind of conditions, when it's very heavy rain, maybe they're not quite able to see it, to be fair, through the water on their visor. But at least in the dry, especially, gives you that really good visual aid as to just how long you've got left in a race. That can have its positives and its negatives, to be fair, but especially when you're Purple Racing at the moment, 30 seconds out clear, you're going to be wanting to be watching that clock and seeing it tick down, and it is continuing to tick down. 2 minutes left to go in this race, ladies and gentlemen. 2 minutes left to go of the event. And I think this time around, Purple Racing will tick over 30 seconds clear of GKD Racing. Absolute domination. Fantastic. This has been awesome. What a day's racing, of course. We were treated to one of the most amazing finishes to an RHPK race that I've ever seen in race number 1. It was going to be a tough one to follow, that one. It's still been a very, very exciting race for various reasons at various points of the race. But it looks like it's going to be ending in a very similar fashion as to race 1. Really, the big change here for race 2 comparatively to what it was like in race 1 is the mechanical issues. Really has been hammering the karts this afternoon for race number 2. And like I said earlier, I think mostly due to the fact that the precipitation has just been monumental this afternoon. It has not let up. We've had 5, 10, 15 minutes of a break in the rain and suddenly the downpours return. Drivers have done a great job, like I said earlier, just to keep it on the circuit, let alone treat us to this awesome racing out on circuit. But we are indeed into the seconds now, ladies and gentlemen. Less than a minute left to go. And Purple Racing 5 will round the final corner, I believe, to start the last lap of this race. It'll be close. Yes, the final lap board does come up. I'm not quite sure if they saw that. It was right as they came under the gantry, but either way, it does say final lap. And Purple Racing will lead us on to lap number 147 of this race. And they've only got 950 metres to seal this one for themselves. What an unbelievable day for Purple Racing 5. I mentioned last season, they struggled to convert that really good outright pace into overall results. Well, if this is anything to go by, other teams need to take note here ahead of the 2026 season. They have been unstoppable today. A win in race number 2. Race number 1 even. They round the final corner, and it's going to be a win in race number 2. Purple Racing come across the line and win again here at the Rye House Pro Karting Series Winter Cup. It's 2 from 2 for number 5. Fantastic. What a race there from Purple Racing 5. Unstoppable. That was simply awesome. GKD Racing are going to come through in a few moments' time. Well, I say a few moments. It's going to be 30-odd seconds until we see them come under the gantry to take second place. And if all stays as it is, we'll have the same top 3 as we had in race number 1. Purple Racing taking the spoils in race number 2 and taking the overall victory here at the Winter Cup in 2026. GKD Racing there come across the line in second place, 33 seconds off of the race lead once all was said and done. And Project D do round out the overall podium and the Super Pro podium as well. 36 Motorsport, 4th overall, and your winners in the Pro class. What a showing from 36 Motorsport. Great strategy, great pace, all came together for an awesome and well-reserved result there for 36 Motorsport. Camtech finishing 5th place, 4th in class there for them. DR Auto 6th overall, 2nd in the Pro class. A good showing for them in their first race day in the Pro class. Project Door Fitters from pole to 7th place, but a win in the Clubman class. Very impressive from them. They were followed by MPS Performance, 3rd in the Pro class there in 8th overall. 207 Orange Tree Racing, 4th in class, doing well there to get back into the top 10 after those early issues. Slippery Bananas rounding out the top 10, 2nd in the Clubman class. They were followed by Alessia. Alessia Prime, Going Bananas, and Bad Racing. I don't think Going Bananas or Bad Racing sadly made it to the checkered flag there. Alessia and Alessia Prime did, but my goodness, do they have issues today. I think they'll be looking forward to bed this evening. All of the Alessia team, a real shame. But like I say, that race just full of mechanical issues for so many teams. It was a real race of attrition there in race number 2. But yet again, Purple Racing rise to the top. 2 wins from 2 here at the Rye House Pro Karting Series Winter Cup in 2026. What a day of racing we've been treated to. It has been an absolute pleasure to guide you through all of the action from the Rye House Kart Raceway for the first time of many for this season. Really looking forward to joining you for a load of the RHPK races and loads of the Kart Club as well. That first round, I think, is next weekend, as I was kindly reminded of earlier on. Next Sunday will be the first Rye House Kart Club event, so if you're nearby, make sure you come down and watch. If not, head over to the Rye House YouTube channel, and you'll be able to keep up with all of the action from there. Well, that is a goodbye from me today. Once again, a massive thank you to all of you for braving the conditions out there today. Thanks for putting on some great racing for me to shout about. Big shout out to all the teams behind the scenes, the ambulance crew, the Rye House crew, everyone that makes this possible. And a big thank you to Rye House and Mark Beaumont for having me back for another season. My name is John Ratcliffe. If you did enjoy me being a shouty man today, go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram and on TikTok. I would really appreciate all your support. But like I say, that's it from me. What a way to kick off the year here at RHPK. It's only 4 weeks to wait though until we're back again for the first round of the Summer Series. I'll see you there.